Hey, I should be live now. Welcome back. Hey, everybody who's here. This is Dice back again, artist, game designer, world builder, and occasional VTuber. And today we're gonna be working on some creatures a little more, like last time. I got these two guys on the screen right here. Well, we're gonna have a third one by the end of this stream. Actually, probably about halfway through, because I don't plan to spend the entire stream on that guy. I do want to actually work on some item art for the game, so I can put it on the little cards that I'm working on, and they'll be nice and pretty. And well, that'll be it. That's the plan for today. So, without further ado, let's actually, a couple things I need to do. We're going to get in the voice chat on Discord first, for anybody who wants to come and hang out there. And hopefully, my voice will actually be picked up. Hey, look at that. I'm green when I speak. That's cool. And since I just had to touch OBS with my mouse, that means I need to reboot the driver for my tablet. So let's do that real quick. Otherwise, I won't have pressure sensitivity. Whoops. All right. Come on. There it is. Okay. Okay. Pen is working. Not that. Hold on. Look at that pressure sensitivity. Amazing. Alright, so this guy here gonna be the final form of this dude here, the next one. And instead of being a Nautilus, he is going to be a Nautiloid. Which, if you don't know, a Nautiloid is an extinct prehistoric one. Well, kind of like a Nautilus, but it has a conical shell. And they actually, Nautilus always tend to swim backwards, weirdly enough. And so do Nautiloids, I think. And because they have the conical shell and they swim backwards, meaning they go in this direction, even though their face, hold up, even though their head is back here, they swim like that, with their tentacles hanging out. This makes them extremely hydrodynamic, and they are apparently the fastest, what do you call that, marine predators. They could just go right for something. This eraser is way too big. That's a good size for sketching. I should go bigger on this one for the sketch. Yeah, there we go. Actually, let's erase most of this. I don't think I'm going to use this exact shape. Need to really draw out what I'm going to be, what the shape of the guy is, like as a 3D object. Maybe something like that. Maybe make it even more pronounced, because they still got that spirally shell going on, but it's like so. so. That's probably too many sections for the shell, but yeah, we'll work it out. Maybe more like so. Kind of reminds me of a croissant. Then, yeah, let's look at this other guy. Obviously, we're gonna give him that angry look again. I want to tweak it from the last one. And let's see. Nope, not that. Maybe like so. And this will be his tentacles. Right there. Then he's got the angry eyes. You know, I noticed this last time after the stream that the angry eyes and the shell and the stuff kind of gives him like a skull look with the way the tentacles are drawn. It gave me an idea for another Nautilus type of creature with that's just literally like a squid and a skull with is like a shell for like the Nautilus has. It could be undead type, maybe undead water. I'm thinking, let's move this all the way down. I don't know if that's actually gonna look any good. This should be bigger though. I want to use up as much of the canvas as possible. All right, and of course, you're gonna have the little vents. Like so. Probably should add a different section and make him a little less chunky. Look how fat that shell is. This is supposed to be a sleek boy. Yeah, let's squeeze it down a tad. And there we go. Something like that. That's a little better. Oh, wait. I should put some music on now that I think about it. I've actually got hymns stuck in my head because I've got a special with my church coming up that I'm supposed to do, and I've been thinking about what to sing and listening to stuff, so now I'm getting this urge to just start humming it or singing it. So let's give myself something else to hum. There we go. You know what? He probably needs to be smaller because I need to make a cloud above him. Not a big one. But it's gonna need to be there. Gonna need a little space. There we go. Something like that. That'll work for now. You got the gist of what it's supposed to be. Oh geez, I should probably turn the music down. Okay, how's that? That sounds a little better. Okay. Now. Uh-oh. Dang it. I touched OBS. That means I gotta reboot the driver again. Otherwise, I ain't gonna have pressure sensitivity. Now, where did it go? There she is. Oh, music very quiet now? Okay. I'll turn it up a little. Alright. How's that sound? Nice, nice. Now, Kohath, if you're on here, on Twitch, I'm gonna task you with something. If a raid or something comes in, I can't see that on my stream splittings thing that I'm going with. So can you like shoot me a message if that happens? Just tell me in chat that I got raided or something, because that happened last time and I didn't notice. Yeah. I think I'm gonna have to look up some helmet designs so I can get an idea of what to do with this guy's face. Okay. Well, as long as I don't have to wait until like halfway through the stream, that'll be an improvement, I think. What the hell was I doing? Oh yeah, helmets. Most of the ones that are coming up are like full face shield type of things. I should look more for like a Greek helmet or something. Kind of like that. Make it like curve around his face like so. Who's there?
Oh, it's Wolf.
Ah, I see you now. Well, welcome to the stream.
Yeah, I just finished DMing, so I figured I'd drop by and say hello.
Cool, cool. I'm trying to give this thing a helmet. You know what? Maybe it just shouldn't be visible like that.
Perhaps. I remember you made a post earlier about some kind of magic weapons. I'm not entirely sure.
Some
I had
what?
this idea. You were talking
Hold
about,
on,
like, magic
hold on a
weapons.
second. I've gotta turn you up a tad. Alright, now tell me about it.
Alright, this sound good to you?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. don't know. I don't know. I just got a random idea for a weapon. I can't make it work, but I throw the idea out there. See if you can come up with something. But I think they were like Aegis pikes. So essentially, they'd be like two sticks that you would have that would just magically move around you and have to position them, but in between them would be a wall. So it's kind of like a shield that would reflect damage or something.
Like a magic shield.
Yep.
Where'd this come from?
No idea. I was just trying to come up with random stuff.
Oh. I see. I was thinking about using like, geez, stupid things popping up on my screen. I was thinking about using like magic rings or something as kind of a magic shield. Like a kind of a take on a ring of protection or something. Then Kohath suggested talismans, which I thought might be nice as kind of a, I don't know, kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? I always do this.
Something like an augment, a buff.
That doesn't really work too well in the Crytures system, honestly. But basically like
Yeah, that's the big problem is I have to go grab I have to go grab the info on that so I know what it is, because I know it's available, I just haven't grabbed it yet.
Yeah. The thing with Crytures is that since everything's on a D10, there's not a lot of room to like just stick bonuses on things.
Mhm.
So with like D&D, you get a +1 on something and that's like 5%. That's twice as much in Crytures.
Mhm.
What was I saying? Oh yeah, talismans. Like the way I did shields is that they're basically like a weapon. So you could, well, a weapon with extra abilities. So you can use it to, you know, bash people, shove them back. And then you can also use it to like put your guard up and get a little defensive bonus. And I was
So you have to
thinking,
choose for that round.
yeah, well, you could actually do both the way I've got it set up, but you wouldn't, it'd be in lieu of your like weapon attack. But I thought talismans might be able to work in a similar way, where like instead of just being a single target bash thing, you could actually just make it everything around you gets hit and pushed back for like a very small amount of damage.
But yeah, that would give a caster who isn't incredibly offensive a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah. It let them get some breathing room. Okay. Yeah, it's starting to come together. Wolf's super quiet.
What was super quiet?
Kohath says you're super quiet. Maybe that was early on.
He might actually be behind. Who knows?
Maybe.
Maybe, because I don't know. Maybe you can hear me, but it might not be in the same. It might not have changed in like OBS or something.
Yeah. I could stand to make you louder.
I can try. I can go through Discord and turn up the gain on my mic.
Great now? Oh, well, I'll put it back down after I moved it again. Alright.
Kohath just being the bystander.
He's keeping watch on my chat.
Mm-hmm.
Last time I did this, I had somebody send a raid in, and I didn't even notice because the thing I'm using, Restream, it tells you what's happening in chat on each of your different channels, but when you get a raid, it doesn't show up on that. So I went almost the entire time not knowing that I got raided. Okay.
A good moment. I can try and finish this drawing. It's a really simple thing, but I can finish it.
What you drawing?
I posted it. It was that little Ina drawing, but I'm drawing in a style of Kiko. One of my favorite artists or music artists. I don't think he draws them, but they all have the same style because he gets them from the same person. It's not him.
I don't think I've seen that one. I'm gonna have to look it up right now.
Yeah, Kikuo, Kikuo Miku.
I was talking about your drawing that you said you posted.
Oh, my drawing? Oh yeah, you'd have to probably look for the ones that my actual post that I made, because it's been like a week.
Oh yeah, you
never posted a lot of stuff.
Like most of your channel is reblogs over on mine's.
Yeah, it used to be where I draw stuff. I have to finish my avatar because that's what killed me. Is I started doing that. I have this thing where I have to finish things.
Yeah.
Before I start new thing. I don't have the problem because the one thing I see a lot of artists complain about is oh, I've got so many projects. I just can't stop starting projects.
Yeah.
I literally cannot do more if I have something started. I have to finish.
Let's see. Images? Ah, there we go. Oh, yeah. I like that. That's a cute style.
Mm-hmm. Well, mine's more cute than the original one. I like Kikuo because they're pretty bouncy, upbeat tracks in Japanese, but they're about really depressing stuff. But if you don't understand it, you only get the happy upbeats.
Yeah, exactly. That is the benefits of not knowing anything. Ignorance is bliss.
Yeah, the older I get, the more I learn that's true.
I think if I keep going, I think I'm just gonna be acting like a perfectionist on this sketch, so I think it's time to actually draw the lines.
This one has a helmet, so is it a continuation or has it changed drastically because of the helmet? Because or is this completely different? Because I remember the other two poisonous ones you drew were mostly circular, or they're more round.
Yeah, this is a modification. Because we start out with the guy who's basically like a squid with a bubble he's wrapped around. Then we upgrade to a shell and he becomes like a nautilus, right? Mm-hmm. But then there's an extinct type of nautilus called a nautiloid, which is what we're doing now.
And is this one a straight line, or does he just... Oh wait, no, he already has a helmet in the second one, so this is just a continuation.
Yeah. It basically just becomes more obvious that it's a helmet. Because he had the little visor, but it still kind of looks like it's just a shell.
Yep, now he's got kind of like a I forget what it's called, but it looks like the Roman style of helmet.
Right, actually, like a Greek helmet is what I'm
Oh, great.
going off of.
It's been a very long time since I was like a history geek, and as a child now I'm like 30, and I get the two mixed up.
Yeah, well, there's definitely similarities. One kind of feeds off of the other. Yeah, the Roman helmets. I saw those before I looked up the Greek ones, and they were more complicated. I don't think that'll work. Whoop. That's a bad line.
I opened up my Live 2 and it looked 2D and it looks so cursed because I started doing the left and right looking of his face. But I only have like just the head moving left and right, and I turned the eyes and everything off for this, and it just it's horrendous.
Yeah, it's pretty cursed when your model isn't completely functioning right.
Yeah, like once I got the eyes and everything, and that actually works. Unfortunately, because I wear glasses, it doesn't track my eyes very. So the good news is it doesn't look bad. He actually has a pretty good standing look, just normal, but he doesn't really look away or blink at all. And the eyes turned out pretty, or the mouth turned out pretty well too.
Yeah, I saw you posting some of that. I'm glad you're still working on it. I thought you might have gave up.
No, like I said, I haven't given up. It's just the problem of like I have to finish this, and then I actually bought a camera too.
A webcam?
Now I can do that. Yeah, I bought a webcam.
Mm-hmm.
Because I tried using my like my phone, but nothing really works. Everything is really bad. All the apps are bad. Even the paid ones are really bad.
Yeah, I use a webcam too.
Built my handy dandy camera stand. I'll have to take a picture and show that.
Koheth is out here saying more like Naughty Lloyd. Yeah, I don't know. I guess from a hentai perspective, that might make sense.
That says a lot more about you than it does about this drawing.
Yeah, Koheth. Now we know why you want one of these things.
That's the thing. You can't shame the man because it's just not going to work. Like you've seen what he's posted. You can't shame this. The last week, you can't shame this man because normally I share everything, but that was too much for me. That was hyper. That was nah. I can't do that. I hope you understand.
Yeah, Koheth, I have to prepare myself anytime I click show image on one of your pictures.
See, I do it raw dog. Everything is just out in the open.
He's giving crying faces and trying to deny that he wants the Nautilus for the tentacles.
He can deny it. That's fine. He's allowed to have his opinion.
You know what, maybe I should make this thing more curved here. So it looks more like it's part of the shell.
Mhm.
Ooh, it's not so good. Okay, that's too curved. Thinking I shouldn't have messed with it.
No, it looked fine actually. It's like this is in between, but the curve looked fine.
The curve looked fine. I didn't like the curve.
That's okay. You could be wrong.
Alright. I'm just gonna leave it alone for now. And go to the rest of him. This thing's a tricky part, so I'm not good at drawing cylinders in perspective.
Uh, Say if you really wanted to. Oh wait, no, this is Photoshop, but there should still be a circle. Because what you do is you just make the circle, put it in an angle, and then you just copy pasta that a few times, and then you draw you draw over it to add the weight of the, and then draw and erase as you go. Because that's how I would tackle. Because then once you have a really nice basic looking one, you can copy pasta that. But I also use vector lines, so no matter how I resize them, they don't get digitalized or pixelized.
Mm-hmm.
I am addicted to vector lines, and I have got Kohath also.
Yeah, he was talking about him on some stream I was on watching a while back.
One thing is, even though he's addicted, he should be using the modify tool. You don't have to redraw. If you have a near perfect line, just literally grab it and pull it where you want to, and it'll keep all that really nice curve and pull it to where you want. Because you know how you have a line that's basically perfect. It's the exact shape you want, but it doesn't quite connect. You
Yeah.
can literally grab it and stretch it out, and it's still basically that perfect line, but now it connects. And that's not even as detailed as you can get, because you can take every single control point and move the line however you want it.
Yeah, they have tools like that in Photoshop, but I don't think there's just a brush for it. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, I think essentially what it is you draw on a vector layer, and then it turns everything on that layer into a vector. So no matter what brush you use, it creates a little. Very simply, you know how when you draw, it's essentially just copying a circle, and then the circle size changed based on how much pen pressure you put.
Yeah.
So what a vector line does is it just does that same thing, but it saves all the information of the pressure. And so when you move it, it keeps all of that and just, let's say you extend it and you have a very thin tapered end on both sides and a really thick middle. If you extend it, it keeps all those same sizes, so it's still thick in the middle, but it smooths out the transition. And it
Mm-hmm.
just redraws the line every time you do. And it depends. For some things, it's really helpful. For some things, it's not. I'm going to get back on my technical kick here and make all those custom ones like I was doing. And that's one of the reasons I got addicted to those lines. Is because you can literally take it and warp it however you want. It just redraws it. It's amazing. But now I have you and this busty Romanian chick explaining to me how faces work.
Say
Live
what?
TV. I'm listening to you and I'm watching you draw. I have you and another YouTube video on explaining how rigs work.
Ah.
But I found a different character aside from the one that you showed me, and it's just this really it's a very attractive woman on the screen.
Oh,
It's on YouTube, so it is YouTube friendly.
a model, a VTuber model. You mean?
A VTuber model.
Okay.
Yes, not an actual woman. although it is a woman doing the voicing.
Unlike that one I gave you, which was a dude with a chick model.
With a chick. There's a lot of those.
I know. It's kind of cringe.
It's like, I thought about it, and I really probably could do it because it does work for a lot of people. Actually, there's this one guy who has a really attractive model. He's like, all right, here's how the things are gonna work. But he has that voice. He's like, all right, so you got Naruto, and he does this wall run. But it's this beautiful chick with that voice, and here's the thing. Normally, it's kind of cringe because if it was my voice on a pretty lady, I'd consider it weird. Or like that other guy, I considered him pretty cringe too, the one who made the cat model. That one, though, I would 100% respect that. That's pretty pretty good. That's going whole hog on the pretty girl and like that.
If you're doing it for if you're doing it for comedy, then that's perfectly respectable.
Mm-hmm. And then there's me who doesn't want to do that, and I just made a character kind of like myself.
Yeah, that's basically my philosophy.
Except I'm not actually bald. I've got a receding hairline, but I'm not actually bald, so I figured it's one of those things.
You're getting ahead of it.
Yeah. Yep. Getting ahead of it. Might as well. The beard is actually kind of close in color, though. It's not as vibrant, but I do have an orange beard.
Ah.
And my beard actually does the thing where it's actually dark in the middle and red on the side. I probably should have put white in there too, though. But too late for that.
Yeah. Mine's very generally resembles me. I've obviously taken some major liberties. Like, my hair isn't that gray yet.
It's only on my beard.
Yeah, I'm kind of like you. I decided to get out in front and just give myself white hair because I've already got gray coming in, and I know my dad had like a full head of gray hair most of my memory. So I'm gonna be gray pretty soon, and I don't know if I'm gonna lose much. Hoping not.
And I just realized, Kohath, it's not a math problem. It's actually I watch you draw. I've seen you. I watch you, and I cringe as you draw. Not because of what you're drawing, but because of how many times. Like, you're saying, I don't want to make this an arithmetic. No, it saves you time. Because you just redraw, when you could literally just, okay, that's a really nice line, drag it.
I made fun of him for that last time.
Boy. Coming out here giving me snark about, like, you need special lines. No, I was gonna go off a second.
I get where he's coming from, though, because the reason I don't use vector lines is because I don't want to just stop drawing. I get in the mood and I don't want to change tools or anything. I just kind of want to keep going. And if that means I have to, like, carve a line back a little bit, that's fine with me.
Yeah, it is slow at first. I actually have put in a lot of time, so I won't lie, it is slow to start, and it's something you have to get muscle memory for. But now that I've been doing it long enough, I actually know where all... Because I also use keybinds, because Kohath, you don't use keybind, or you don't really use keybinds, right? You use, like, your tablet and stuff. But I think that's one of the biggest things. I use them all the time, so that's how I swap tools and change.
Yeah. I've always got one hand on my keyboard over here.
Yeah, left hand on my keyboard and right hand on my little tablet. Because I don't have a screen tablet, I just have a pressure tablet.
Man, I should have left that line alone.
Yeah. However, as an observer, since you're the one drawing it and you're the one who has the anal attentive going on right now, I don't see any problems.
Yeah, I kind of know what I'm trying to do, and when it doesn't work, I'm quite aware. The thing is,
I think that's the bit.
I'm trying
That's
to
the
make
trade-off
it.
you have right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to make it so he's not so bulbous looking.
So,
Because he looks like a Mario enemy with just like circles crammed together.
so you want him to be, you want him to be more pointed as opposed to look like a bunch of balls attached to each other.
Yeah, kinda. Also, some of the vents need to be moved. They're not quite in this proper spot.
So yeah, the second one from the top, if you move it to the right, that would put them in line better.
I
That's
think
the odd one out. When I look at it, that's the odd one out.
both of them in the middle are kind of off. So I'm probably just gonna. Oh, hey, look, they're on a different layer, the separate layers, so I can just move them without messing up the other lines.
Oh, that's enough. Just in my Islamic. Oh, that's another thing. That's another thing. His layers. And when I say layers, I should be saying layer.
One layer.
One layer. He plays a dangerous. He plays a dangerous game. And then there's me with my like 107 different.
Yeah, I'm on my third layer already.
I'm on the extreme I'm on the other extreme. Because I think the way I have it set up is I have my line folder, hair is on a separate layer, nose and mouth is always separate from the skin layer. Nose usually fits on the skin. Then there's the eyes are their own layer, the irises are their own layer. Essentially anything particular like a tail, hands are all part of the skin layer. Then there's every article of clothing is a separate layer.
That's crazy. It's no wonder you don't get anything done.
Actually, no. When I am drawing, I can do a drawing in like 4 to 6 hours. All those drawings I do, spaced over the days, are actually only like 8 hours of me drawing.
That still sounds like an awful lot for most drawings.
Yeah, it is, but it's just the way I work. It also allows me a greater ability to change stuff, and I never run into the problem of I've drawn. Well, technically, I should run into this all the time, but I never run into the error of, like, oh no, I did all this on the wrong layer.
I usually don't.
Mm-hmm.
Kohes says he's got 3 layers.
Yeah, I know he has 3 layers. He has lines, color, and like sketch. Oh, yep. I didn't. Yeah, I just read that.
Yeah, when I actually get into a drawing like fully, I'll usually have. Well, I'll probably do it on here, where I have one for lines, I have one for the flat colors, I have one for highlights, and I have one for shades. And then if it's like a human character, I'll put like I'll put the face on a separate layer with its own, flats, colors, and shades. Just because I have a tendency to need to move the face around after I draw it once.
Yeah, every piece is given its own layer. You have base color, shadow, highlight. And depending on the piece, how complex it is, you'll have base, shadow, dark shadow, highlights, hard highlight.
You think that's a normal amount of time, Kohath? I don't know, maybe I just have no patience.
Well, technically, in my years of like going in Twitter and being in art discords and stuff like that, the average amount of time a lot of people put into art, like the average amount of time is like 4 to 6 hours for a piece. The artists I follow though, they generally get belt a lot of stuff out. When you get to your generic anime stuff though, that's like hour, 2 hour. And that's because I'm gonna make a tool set for myself too, but they have like generic tool sets that they use. It's not that they copy paste everything, but they have a bunch of it's like how all the anime hair always looks pretty much the same. Because they just do it well, it's not just generic, it's actually just muscle memory. They get really good at it. They put in the time. They put in the time, so they've earned it. That's why they can draw so fast. But yeah, for what a lot of Western art painting stuff, art of the quality that I do, I'm actually pretty average. Like I'm slightly slower than average, but not that bad at it.
Yeah, that you know that one piece I keep posting with like the game info where it's got the girl with the slime monster fighting the snake?
Yep.
That one, I think it took less than 3 hours for me. I did that whole thing on stream. That's a very sketchy style.
It is. It doesn't look bad though.
Yeah.
It looks. If you were to ask me, it would have taken a hell of a lot longer than that.
Yeah, I have found ways to make things look good without taking time on it.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I get bored if I have to keep doing something over and over.
Mm-hmm.
Well, sometimes I can get hyper-focused and I'll just go at something for hours and hours and hours and not even realize. But then I look back and I'm like, oh no, how much time did I waste?
Kind of weird when you really try to put everything into perspective of how long you. When you try to itemize everything, that's when it feels odd.
Yeah.
Because then you're no longer thinking about the art. I'm not sure how to explain it. Just for me, trying to put everything into a category when drawing makes it really.
Into a category? What do you mean?
Or not a category. When you're trying to, because normally when you do art, you just do the thing. You just think, okay, I'm gonna do this, and you don't time yourself. Generally, I don't time myself. I just have a good idea. Because I do schedule my day, but I don't try to schedule drawing.
Right.
I just know I know I have so much free time in the evening. I'm trying to figure out what I'm getting at. It doesn't feel like it's art anymore. Because now you're trying to figure out, okay, I spend X amount of hours doing this, and then you're trying to piece everything right when it should just be a flowing process.
Yeah, I kind of felt like that when I was early on doing art. But after a while, I'm like, man, I have other things I want to do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to spend like a whole 8 hours doing this every detail on this one drawing. So I'm just gonna kind of leave it like this, where it's imperfect, but it gets the job done. And then I move on to something else that I feel like doing. Because if I have to force myself to work on something, I end up not finishing it anyways.
Yeah, I need to lower my standard. Because I don't mean that in a way that I don't think it wouldn't look good. It's just that my standards are way higher than what they should be. Because I'm a pretty I can toot my own horn. I think I'm a pretty decent artist. But the problem is, everyone holds themselves up to a much higher standard.
Yeah.
Than others will. And that's the problem. That's the problem. Is whenever I do something, I'm like, this could be better. I know what I'm capable of. When I should just move on from stuff, stuff that is decent. Just move on.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have that problem.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of in an opposite situation where, like, my brain tells me well, not even my brain. Just
I
part
can
of
and I will.
part of me tells me, like, hey, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. You can do this better. Keep doing that. And then the other part of me says, you know what? I don't feel like doing this right now. Let's just finish it.
Mhm.
We'll call it done right there. So I've got like this lazy sense that goes against my perfectionism.
It's a good match, I guess. But yes, I saw that Koeth. I said no, I will not. Oh wait, I can and I will. That's what I said. I will lower my standards, and there's nothing you can do about it.
The thing is, like, it's great and all to just put out the absolute best thing you can. But if you want to, like, actually get things done and actually, like, make something out of it, like I'm making my game, I can't just sit here and put out huge detailed renderings of every single creature.
Mm-hmm.
There's gonna be, like, as many as a Pokemon. That'd take forever, and I learned that because when the last game I was making, which was a card game, I went for a fairly realistic painting style with the cards, and I could not get myself to finish hardly anything. It took too damn long. I just didn't have the time to, like, make a second set for it.
I was trying to redo the Bot and Kaidos sets.
The what?
But there's like a game that one of my favorite games, probably it's not all time, but used to be. But definitely like one of my top 3 games is Bot and Kaidos Eternal Wings Lost Ocean. Everything is a card. So
A card?
I tried yeah, everything is a card. And there's
Okay.
like 1,000 cards in the game. And one of my goals was to try to paint them because they're actually not that hard. But that's where the perfection thing came in. And I
Yeah.
actually did a pretty good job. You remember when I was doing really hot and drawing all those swords like once a day? The borders for those cards are the actual borders of the card, and I just repainted it.
Ah. God, I hate drawing smoke. Why did I create this line of creatures? It's got, like, everything I can't stand. It's got cylinders in perspective. It's got smoke. It's got tentacles.
Smoke, for me, smoke is really easy. You could just make sure you have a good control of the rounding of it, and just do a bunch of wiggly stuff.
I don't think I have the sense for that. What's for your birthday, Kohath? What are you talking about?
I guess he's saying you're struggling through the smoke and everything you hate in this picture for him.
Oh no.
Is that what it is? Boy. I say boy, and there's probably only like a 5-year difference.
Yeah, I think the both of you are the boys to me. Toxilus. Ah. Well, this isn't Toxilus anymore. This is Toxiloid. Oh no, I'm doing the Kohath thing where I keep redrawing the same line.
No. Don't be a co.
The boys. Oh geez, that doesn't even line up with the vent. What am I doing? You gotta move this whole thing. There we go. A little better. So Kohath, which would you go after first? A Nautilus team in Creatures or a Poison team in Creatures? Like if I had multiple Nautilus things. Don't like that.
Take a while for his thing to come up.
Yeah.
But I always go brute strength with everything I play. I actually picked up Heroes of Might and Magic 7. I started playing that, and now I'm addicted.
I don't think I've ever played any of those games.
I don't think they're super easy to get into. They're a turn-based strategy game.
Yeah.
But the general overview of the game is there are 7 factions, and each one has essentially different kind of castles that you. Each one has different creatures you make, and once a week, at the beginning of the week, everything that you have. So let's say you have a thing that makes rangers and a thing that makes paladins. Once a week, they restock, and they restock, but you have to have enough funds that you can actually purchase them and hire them.
I see.
There are bigger creatures you can hire, and everyone has like their 2 big creatures, but you can only build one of the factory, or you can only build one environment of the 2 creatures, and the other one's locked in.
So is it like a 4X game?
What do you mean 4X?
4X, like Civilization, Alpha.
Oh yeah, kind of like that. I think Civilization is a real-time strategy, isn't it?
No.
Or no, wait, it's been a while since I played it. Is it where, because like on your turn you send out, because in Civilization you send out people to gather stuff. You have a person who will like scout for you, and then you build up defenses, and then there's a certain amount of people made over time. It's been a while since I played Civilization.
Civilization is very like high level in terms of like your management.
Yeah, it depends. It starts off simple, but this one does actually get incredibly complicated. But because you have to know, okay, how far am I going to move on this map, and then there's an entire battle system that you have to. So you have a grid system.
Mm-hmm.
You have a grid system. Your characters can move so far. There are different spells you can use. There are physical warriors, so your hero can attack once a turn, do damage, and everything works on stacks. So if you have an archer stack, they have, let's say, 67 in a stack. They have X attack from your character that is added onto them. I don't remember. Actually, I remember Civilization being easier than Heroes of Might and Magic.
Well, Kohath says Civ takes 70 years to play, and that's pretty accurate.
Mm-hmm.
I think the last Civilization I played was Civilization Beyond Earth, because I don't really care for like the just generic real world stuff, but once you start adding in sci-fi elements, then I'm interested.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I'm turning this music down a little bit.
A little bit.
Getting kind of loud for me.
Yep, I only have the Discord on for me, because otherwise, what happens is I have the Discord and then the YouTube, and then there's like this weird feedback because I hear what you say in the Discord first, then I hear what you say on YouTube like 5 seconds later, then I hear myself and you. Or sometimes I think I had the sound off first, because I don't think Am I coming through YouTube?
I think so.
I assume I am.
If
Yep,
Kohath
I
is
am.
hearing you, then
Oh yeah, I just heard myself. But yeah. Anyways, the whole thing is, I hear you in Discord, then I hear you in the video game, then I hear myself responding to whatever. So that's why I have just Discord open.
yeah.
I have the YouTube video open so I can see what you're doing.
Well, we got you watching in YouTube. We got Kohath in Twitch chat, and then you're in Discord. Everything's all over the place. What is the Twitch thing looking like? Oh, hey, Arthadian followed me. You hear Arthadian in the chat? Watching, lurking?
Now I can just add some wishy-washy colors.
I hate smoke. I'm gonna have to look up something for a style reference. This is annoying me.
I think I have something that might fit that style.
Oh. I looked up wheezing from Pokemon, but it's not much help. He just kind of has tufts of air sticking around him.
Mm-hmm. Like, let me see. I'm just gonna drop these in the Discord real fast and see if those look like you can find a style that matches with them. Because the final result of what these look like looks like they could fit with what you're drawing.
Yeah, that's pretty close. Thing is, I'm trying to make it kind of like a cloud where it just kind of hovers at one level.
Mm-hmm.
And it's hard for me to grasp the perspective that it's supposed to look like. If I just go ahead and make it look chunky and cartoony, it'll be forgiven. Hopefully I don't have to spend too long on this guy. I wanted to get into drawing some other stuff. Let's try drawing the clouds upside down and see if that actually helps the way I'm thinking.
I'm in another group and I am seeing gas prices in California. Diesel is $9.99.
$9.99?
Diesel is $9.99.
How?
I saw. Now take it with. This is where I get a lot of good information, but still take it with a bit of salt, maybe a lump of salt. But I just posted a picture of gas price in California right now.
Wow. Yeah, that could be like a little photoshopping maybe.
Could be, but it doesn't look like Photoshop to me, because what I'm looking at is I see the like the things. They look like they're worn down, and it doesn't look like.
Yeah.
It doesn't show the weird pixelation that you would expect.
The ones at top look perfectly fine. The one on the bottom looks kind of
The one on the
off,
bottom,
but given the numbers at the top that look legit.
But you look at the shot, yeah, the shadows on the nines, they look pretty accurate. I don't know. I'm throwing it out.
It wouldn't surprise me out in
No,
California.
They might have it on. Actually, I'm going to do some deep diving. They might Furnace Creek Fuel. I might actually be able to look that up online and see what their prices are.
Yeah.
I'm going to do sleuth.
99.99 9/10. Yeah. Gas prices for you. And have you guys heard the gas prices rap? Prices with a Z?
No.
I should pull that up and post it for y'all. It's a very early YouTube video that I found back in the day. The last time gas got high, which is probably not nearly as high as it is now. And it's some white dudes doing a really bad rap. And it's funny. And it's about gas prices. They have some good lines in there.
Oh God, I am looking at those prices.
Okay.
I'm not paying them, and I'm already but I feel it.
YouTube, I put the Z on the end of prices for a reason. Stop showing me gas prices with an S. There we go. When it shows when it searches for the thing I actually typed in, it's the very first thing in the search. All right, we're gonna pause the music and we're gonna play gas prices.
Are you just a fair warning? Are you sure? Because you know YouTube does have a fairly powerful algorithm to catch.
This is from like 2008, and I don't think it's gonna be a problem.
It'll probably be fine. Just fair warning.
Turn that up.
So much that we can't buy lunch. So we gon' have to ride with the 87.
Let's put it on.
$5 a gallon.
I'm gonna mute myself and then turn the sound on for the stream.
Check a barrel of monkeys, a barrel of lambs. I'll trade my Cracker Barrel for a barrel of gas. You gotta be Bill Gates just to pay with cash. It takes $10 just to fill this glass. When you're buying hydrocarbons, you had to pawn them things to pay the charges. I got a second mortgage. I showed this order. I gotta run my truck on Captain Morgan. We getting pumped, y'all. Gouged on the CEO of Amoco is doing. I'm a junkie. On the road with the 90 wall. High octane in the blazing sun. Now it costs so much that we can't buy lunch. That ain't right. So we gon' have to ride with the 87.
It's like the whitest kid you know.
And turn the key.
It is very white.
And touch your knee. Now trash your cash.
Well, no, you know the whitest kid you know, right?
Yeah, the show.
Place no receipt.
I love Halle Berry, not Halliburton. This ish ain't working. My pockets is hurting. Walk to work every day with Dr. Scholl's. Ride HOV more than Beyonce knows. My thesis is we need more Priuses. Gotta fight off the gas price increases.
The standards gotta change in the oil game.
But not the climate, keep that the same.
I used to own a roll with the high-grade silver.
Just one more buck for them to pilfer. Vitamins comestible,
Energy's renewable.
straight solar.
And Flintstone chewable.
Cousin and I, we carpool for real.
Load 'em up.
Roll out.
In my power wheel. We getting home, y'all.
Gouge off the pump.
The CEO of Amoco is doing, I'm a dumb.
On the roll with the 9 wall.
High octane in the blaze of sun.
High octane in the place.
Man, this is long. I think I've had enough. I want to keep that on the screen the entire time. I think you all get the point.
Yes, that was incredibly cringe.
I find it pretty hilarious. I go back to that every once in a while and watch it.
It's definitely a product of its time.
Okay, other music. Wait a second. Alright. Back to the nice fantasy sounding music.
Mhm.
Hmm. Hmm.
Using a brush where it takes 10 seconds for a half second click to cross.
Oh, I hate that.
Of course, I don't have a great setup. It's,
Yeah. Kind of sucks that, like, everything requires a bunch of memory these days.
I mean, I have 16 gigs of RAM and a 1080 Ti, so I can actually play basically anything, even if it's not the best. But I can play almost anything at a decent like graphics.
Yeah.
But I think it's this brush in particular. It's the wet blotting ink, and it looks super cool, but it probably just does so much calculation because it looks just like watercolor.
When do you think they'll have a quantum computer for art?
Depends. For art, I don't know. Unfortunately, they already have they have computers and well, they have machines that can do literal recreate perfect art. And it's not like they're copy pasting old stuff like existing things. It's actually it's designed to take like houses, backgrounds, like plants, and it randomizes them and puts them together into a beautiful painting.
Mm-hmm.
It only covers a couple styles, but it exists anyway. It is the future.
No.
There is no escape.
I guess that'll save time. I'll just put in some ones and zeros on the thing and say, like, look at what I painted.
Yeah. Why are you crying? This is the future.
Kohath says that brush has crashed his canvas 4 times.
Oh, the wet blotting ink?
Apparently.
Well, the reason his probably crashes and mine just kind of struggles is because he uses something that's like, what is it, 46, not 4600, it's like 46,000 pixels wide?
Yeah, that's
You want to
crazy.
talk about curse.
That's freaking crazy. I mean, I definitely don't work in like 4,000 pixels wide or anything. Uh-huh.
See, for you, I can't actually look at your program and see it, but in Clip Studio Paint, it actually shows the size of the canvas on screen, so I can see at the top, like next to where it says help up there, but even there's a tab above all of the menu items, because like it reads name of the project, size of the thing, binding size, blah 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 blah, DPI, and then Clip Studio Paint EX. Mine says EX because I bought the special super duper
Ooh.
version.
Yeah, this picture I'm using specifically is like 4 by 3,000. I like to zoom way in.
Okay, so it's not as big as I was thinking, but yours is still almost 3 to 4 times bigger than what I draw. You know, with the rig that you have, you could probably draw something on half that size and then use the wet blotting brush like it's just cutting through butter.
It sounds like Kohath is upgraded. He's got like... He's posting numbers that are like over 10,000 now.
Well, what I said was like 46,000.
Oh, 46.
Is what I thought he was drawing on. My standard drawing pixel is 3600 by 4000. And then the ones that are posted on mine, I usually half those. No, I change them so they're 1200 max on any side. So the biggest side is 1200 pixels, and then the full res goes on like Newgrounds or something.
Mm. Man, there's so many places to post art. I have a Newgrounds, but I can't keep it updated. Same with Pixiv.
Bomb red. What?
What?
YouTube chat. Bomb red. I must have way.
Oh, that's like some kind of bot or something.
Ah, okay.
You get those every once in a while. They always post something like that. Some nonsense.
But what do you mean? Like you can't update them? Like you just forget? Or there's so many that it gets.
I don't have
used to be my
freaking time.
Yeah, that was my problem after a while, because I think at one point I was doing Newgrounds, Twitter, Minds, or something else. I used to use DeviantArt a lot, but it's like 4 or 5 different things, and then you're also linking to a lot of other stuff. So on Minds and Twitter, I would post the low quality with a link to the high quality, which means that I would have to upground to mine. I would have to upload to Minds first, so that way that link exists, and then I could go to Newgrounds and Twitter
Yeah.
with the links to those.
It's just so tedious. And everything has like slightly different formats to post in for maximum, I don't know, exposure.
And then what you learn later, what I learned later, is on Twitter and even on Minds, if you have a link in a post, it's not actually promoted as often as it would be. Or I definitely know for a fact that on Twitter there's an algorithm that demotes your stuff if it has a link in it, as a preemptive like fight against bots posting stuff. Just right.
Oh, what you doing in chat? Posty Burb? Heard of that?
I've heard of it. You gotta edit every pixel, not a single vector though.
Alright. I think I've dicked around with the lines on this thing too long already. Time to start putting some color on it. Merge all that. See that, Kohath? I'm merging the layers.
You're both monsters.
The real question is, am I just gonna use the exact same color scheme, or do I want to tweak it a little and spend another half an hour trying to find the right colors?
Follow your heart.
Maybe we'll kind of play around with the saturation of the same colors and stuff like that and see if we can find something that looks a little better. I really don't want to spend much time doing the color selection as I did on the last one. Thinking maybe I'll kind of shift his colors towards purple and green a little bit more.
Make it more saturated, more concentrated.
Not more saturated, just he's kind of blue right now. I'll make it more like a violet. I'll make his yellowish shell a little more green. So he looks more poisonous.
Yeah, so you roll it on the color wheel.
Yeah.
Because well, what I use is I have a color wheel on my thing. What I'll do, a good tactic in color theory is to actually take something and rotate it slightly. So if you have something that's like a regular blue color, and you want for shadows, you rotate it to a more darker blue, maybe almost to the violet, and that'll be the dark color. And then you would move it counterclockwise for the highlights to more of like a cyan or a light.
Yeah.
Because well, one of the things that a lot of people when they're new fall into, and this is what I fell into when I was first drawing, is you just change the white and the black value of the same color, and that will work.
Yeah, that's a common thing.
Mm-hmm. And depending on which direction on the color wheel you go, you can actually make something warmer or darker. But that's what I mean by rotating on the color wheel. So if you were to go clockwise, yellow to green, and it would go from blue to more of the purplish violet.
Yeah, we'll try that once I get all the areas selected and filled in here. There we go. I think that's everything. So, go up to Image, and Adjustments, Hue and Saturation. Maybe 19 is too much. 15? Let's try that. What are you talking about, Kohath? What thing that happened there?
I'm behind, but I'm behind, but it was not. Speaking in tongues.
I'm not too sure about the green. I think it gets too close to the smog look. Maybe we'll just leave the shell like it is. Same color.
You see, this poison
Oh.
could look almost like a dark.
The selection tool. It felt more nerve-wracking to do it than to watch it, I'm sure. Oh, wait. Gotta get this guy's eyes on there, too. Hopefully I can just... Nope! There's a gap somewhere, I can't just fill it.
Well, it's basically just a circle. It's really easy to go in with like a pen tool.
Yeah, but I don't wanna... Alright. That's that. Okay. I'm gonna move my microphone out of the way. Get these pupil things drawn in. I really need to do more variation in the eyes on my human characters.
You mean variation as in, like, eye shape and style, or what?
Yeah, I mostly just kind of draw them all as, like, generic anime eyes.
Yeah. I have specific eye types for a lot of my characters that I draw, because that was something I was very conscious of when I first started.
Yeah, they all kind of have their own shape, but they're still very anime-ish.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You know what? I don't think... That's right. Forgot that I'm working in a Pokemon style here. Just trying to use a soft brush there, and that ain't right. We don't do that.
No, that's not how any of this works.
Nope.
You know nothing of it.
Let's see. Oh yeah. Pokemon shading is so freaking weird to try and mimic, though. It's like too simple.
Mm-hmm. Well, kind of has to. Has to. We've got, like, what are we gonna breach 1,000 now?
Well, even just in the initial, like, design of the art, it'll just be like kind of a round shape. I don't know how to describe it.
I think it's just the basic brush.
I'm talking more about how they choose what to shade. Because they definitely don't shade every contour.
Because I have a bunch of pictures saved that goes over. It's like these are all of the different styles, and you could, once you put them all together, you can actually see a big difference. But if you separate them, you probably couldn't. Like if you were to mix Gen 1 and Gen 2, you probably couldn't see a huge difference. But once you look at them all together, you can see a huge difference.
Yeah.
Or if you group a bunch of Gen 2 and put them together, then you line up a bunch of Gen 1 and put them in each other. Then the differences start to stand out, like angles fading. And then you get really crazy with Gen 3, that one. That's the one where it really starts to change. Yeah, I think I have like all the way to Gen 4, and there's probably more, but that's what I have.
Yeah, with the first couple ones, they were probably working more with traditional stuff. Gen 3, they probably went more digital with it.
Yep, when they finally started getting into the future.
Which I'm not even sure how I feel about that nowadays. I was perfectly prepared to keep playing Pokemon as a 2D game for a long time. And now that they're breaking into 3D, it's kind of like, I don't know. They're not especially great at it, honestly.
Yeah, that's the problem I have is, number one, the first 3Ds could be excused, like, I think I forgive them all the way up to 4th gen for the 3D.
4th gen?
But 4th gen, which is Diamond and Pearl.
When were they using 3D then?
There was 3D, well, when I'm talking 3D, I'm thinking of like the Stadium.
Oh, okay.
Because if you go back in the day, Gen 1 had a 3D game too, Pokemon Stadium.
Yeah.
But if you really want to talk about full 3D, came Gen 6. Gen 5 was black and white. And
Yeah.
in black and white, you had the one where they had all the moving sprites and stuff, and that was like super awesome and fantastic. And it was also the one with the really when your Pokemon got into red and actually played a different beat that went with the beeping music.
Yeah, I really like Gen 5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Gen 5 was neat. I did like that. I liked the story with N, and it was pretty neat. But when they first went to 3D, where they had the models, that was Gen 6 with the France. I forget exactly, X and Y.
Yeah.
I forget what the area is called. But the reason
Galar, I think? No, that's the last
Galar.
one.
Galar was the one before. Yeah, the Galar was the Scottish girl one.
Yeah.
But my problem was they were still using the model from like the old games. In fact, in the Galar region, they were still using models from way back when, and they had like 7 instances of Pikachu saved in the game because they were all pulled out in different areas. And it's not like this one has a special model or anything or special animations. No, it's the same model saved 7 times. Nothing changed.
Yeah, well, I didn't have a problem with, like, the Gen 6 and 7 3D so much because it was, like, stylized and cartoony, but now they're trying to, like, make realistic-looking environments, and it just looks really lazy and not very good.
It's something that could have been forgiven 10 years ago, graphically.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing, I'm not a graphics snob.
Neither am I.
Because the thing is, I play games that are I play a game called Bot and Kaidos, and I still play it even today. Maybe once every other 2 years or so, I'll go through and play the game, and it's really old. This is back in the day when you had boob tubes. Like your TV was 2 feet by 2 feet by 2 feet, and you had to have space in the wall to stick out.
Yeah.
Like I'll go back and play those games. And the reason I'm a snob though when it comes to Pokemon is because this is a incredibly profitable game. This is incredibly profitable series that you have adults that still want to play it. The adults who play it and then buy it for their children.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm not saying it's not Niantic. What is there's Pokemon is owned by
Game Freak and
Game Freak.
Pokemon Company.
Yeah, Pokemon Company. The thing is, they've had so many years. Oh yeah, most people did hate Gen 5 when it came out.
Yeah.
That's kind of like, however, it's like Wind Waker. I never had the hate for it. I actually loved the style when it came out. But when Wind Waker came out, people hated the style. They didn't like the 3D stuff. Now it's like a fan favorite. It's like loved, and everyone looks back on it. It's like, but I remember the hate. I was there. I was on the right side of history.
I don't think even the Gen 5 hate was because of, like, the graphics or the art style. It was... Everybody complained about, like, the Pokemon designs.
Mm-hmm.
And it was always like, oh, here's the ice cream Pokemon, and here's the...
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Here's the... What is it? The candle Pokemon.
Keychain. Wasn't there the keychain in that one too, or was that XY? I can't remember.
I don't remember. I think it was XY.
No,
It's Fairy.
Keychain was
Yeah.
XY.
It was Fairy. So it would have been XY.
Yeah, it's Fairy Steel. But yeah, I don't hate on Pokemon for like, oh, they're running out of ideas of stuff. Because back in first gen, you had Magnum. You had Tauros. It's literally just a buffalo.
Like
For me, it's the thing.
For my
You have people. Go ahead.
Yeah. My thing is, like, I actually like Litwick and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, people complain about it is like, well, screw you. Litwick's one of my favorites. He's cute. Anyways, that's all. That's all I have to say.
The big reason I'm salty is because you have just random fans out in the wild doing stuff for free. They make amazing 3D models. They make awesome animations and then you have the new Pokemon games coming out there, and it looks like they copy pasted. It looks like they took old files, maybe tweaked a tiny bit. It looks like that's why I hate it so much. That's why I hate like Legends of like Arceus. I hate Arceus. I will not play.
Arceus. I've never heard it pronounced like that.
I pronounce it Arceus. I go through this with every new person I talk to. It is not Arceus. It is Arceus.
Arceus.
It is Arceus.
Okay. Well,
See,
what were you saying?
I wasn't even thinking about it, but that it's not. It's just the way I say it, and now I'm like adamantly determined to always say it that way. Now,
yeah, that's okay.
When
I was a kid, I used
Arceus.
something like that. Yeah, when I was a kid, I used to say Charizard instead of Charizard. So
Charizard.
I
pronounce it Arceus.
There seems to be a lot of mispronunciations of Pokemon that people get into just because there's not really a good way to tell all the time.
Mm-hmm. But anyways, like I will not play it because it looks like something that someone could put together in like a Unity in a couple hours. The trees are still bad. There are the reason I'm a graphic snob in this sense is because if you look at how they meshed stuff, how little effort there was in there to try, because you can actually have like other smaller games where they put a lot of work into it. Like if you go back to Wind Waker, it was 3D. There were hard edges. Everything was made in a style that made it look kind of painterly. So it was the ground going into the wall or the tree didn't look like a huge. It didn't look like the wrong mesh. Because it all adds up to a bunch of different things. You can't just look at one part of a game. You can't just look at the graphics. You can't just look at the art. You can't just look at the play style, the animations. But the problem is, if you look at all of it and you put all of it together, then you can see what's wrong. And that's why I hate it, because it looks like there was not a lot of effort put into it. And it's both the consumer and Pokemon Company, because the Pokemon Company keeps putting it out and the fans keep buying it. And if they keep buying it, keep doing it.
Yeah, I got the Arceus one just because I felt like they were trying something new, and I wanted to see it. But yeah, the graphics, it's not their Breath of the Wild.
See, because that's another thing you can compare it to. Breath of the Wild actually has a very simplistic style.
Yeah,
you can see a lot of the polygons.
It's just straight cell shaded.
The way it's put together, there was a lot of work put in to make sure that okay, we have this low poly stuff. It's all cell shaded, but they made sure that it looks good, that it fits an art style. What's another really low poly? Like RuneScape. I love RuneScape. I remember as a young wee lad, I remember putting many hours into RuneScape. If you played RuneScape, you my favorite thing was fishing, and literally like fishing for shrimp, and your character's literally like kneeling down and jerking their arm forward, back and forth, and that was fishing. The wood chopping animation wasn't even an animation; it was up, down, and suddenly your arm teleported to the tree. But it was a good game. It had a good flow, and you could buy a girlfriend for like 130K.
Yeah, one of the things I've noticed Pokemon kind of misses out on is that they have they don't consider the colors in the environment at all. Like, that's one of the things about, Breath of the Wild, that actually stands out to me, is everything has a very good color palette.
Yeah, especially when you're on one of the towers.
And Pokemon just doesn't have that. Everything's green and brown.
Mm-hmm.
And it just doesn't look right.
Because I know I'm hating on Pokemon and I'm complaining. And the problem is I've spent like my brother got me the Brilliant Diamond or whatever, and I played that and I beat it, and I actually really enjoyed it because it was actually handed out to a different company, and
Hmm.
they were competitive. And I remember going against like the first gym leader, and he sets out Stealth Rock. I'm like, oh my god, what the hell am I dealing?
Yeah.
Like this is the first gym leader, and he's using meta. Like that was actually really fun because they knew what they were doing, and I actually had to struggle a little bit. It took me like 3 tries to beat Cynthia, but that was one of the areas where they did really good because they gave it to another company. However, it still fell into the they killed the chat. What are they called? The Pokemon contests, like the
Yeah.
I forget they killed the contest. It was, I don't know. Did you play Brilliant Diamond or one of the two?
I haven't finished it, but I played it to some extent.
Well, you remember how contests used to go? Like you would choose the moves, and you could either boost yourself for the next turn, or you could ruin someone else who comes after you, or change your order. In this one, it turns into a rhythm game.
Yeah.
A really bad rhythm game. It is bad.
I never did contest stuff much at all.
I liked contests. Contests were actually pretty cool. They were just like regular battles, but in a coliseum where instead of attacking the Pokemon, they would all sit in a line, and you would just do your attack and like wow the audience. Like if you used focus or something like that, it would make it so your next move was a crit and would make the crowd go wild. It was actually pretty cool. But anyways, I think what I was talking about is what I was getting at is I'm hating on Pokemon, but I myself have probably put in 1,000 or so hours over my entire life playing the series.
Oh yeah.
And that's why I'm so angry, is because I like it. I'm passionate about it because I like the thing, and I'm watching it die.
Yeah, it could be so much better. Part of it is just the corporate garbage that goes into it these days, because everything has to be tied in with something else. It's like freaking Disney and the stuff they're doing with Marvel and Star Wars, and everything has to tie into something else.
Lord of the Rings.
Well, that's Amazon now, but
Well, that's Amazon, but I love what Amazon is doing with the Lord of the Rings. Not unironically, but but I love how it. Here's the thing: there's a first age, a second age, and a third age.
yeah.
In the second age, they have their diverse character. In the third age, those characters don't exist, which implies something about
Yeah.
something that happened in the second age.
It implies there is a little, well, you can fill in that right there. I don't know if Twitch and YouTube are gonna have a problem with that, what I'm about to say.
It implies a variation.
It implies
Change and variation.
it implies that there were some events that might mimic certain things in our own history.
It's a very eventful history.
Yeah.
But yeah, everything's got to fit a narrative. It's just like nothing. Can't just enjoy stuff. They're taking all my boobies out of video games and stuff.
Yeah. Hell, I watched through The Wheel of Time, the first season of that they put out. And like it's so frustrating because it's well made and like there's nothing wrong with it from that perspective. But then like every scene you can go through and count, okay, here's the black character, here's the white character, here's the Spanish character, here's the Asian character. Like every scene is like that. You just look in the background, in the main cast. You can count up every single race. And it's just so fake. Not to mention they throw in gay stuff every once in a while, and it's like, yeah, I'm sure that was in the books.
Mm-hmm.
From like 50 years ago, yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's also the problem though. It's like I don't have a problem with other people. The problem I have is like when the most important thing, or the most detailed thing I can tell about your character is your character walks up to me and says, "Hey, yeah, did you know I'm gay? I haven't told you my name yet, but yeah." Like, that stuff can come out later. You can have hints and subtle stuff like that, but the problem is that's all your character is. And that's the problem I have. It shows that there's nothing special about them, that you're not a creative writer. That you can't show, you have to tell. You can't tell by showing, you just tell.
Right.
Yeah, it's like there's nothing to watch anymore. At least new stuff.
Yeah, I hardly watch any new stuff. Like, the only new stuff I watch is when I hang out with my parents on Sunday, which is when I was watching Wheel of Time.
It's like I have a lot of YouTubers I watch, and I'll watch their stuff when it comes out. But there's like, I think the last movie I went to see in theater was The Joker. The Joker was amazing. And then the last new movie I saw was Godzilla vs. Kong, and I watched that a year after it came out at my parents' house because they bought it.
Yeah, I don't think I've been to the movies since, like,
Actually, I haven't been to the movie since the Coof.
The Force Awakens was the last movie I remember watching in theaters.
Yeah, I think Joker came out before the Coof. And even in my state, they had mask rules, so you couldn't go to watch movies.
Mm-hmm.
They're down now. They went away about a year ago. I am so amazingly thankful there was nothing that was passed in state in any way, shape, or form. The reason is because once it's passed, even if they pull them away, it exists still in the legislature and can come back at any time.
Yeah. They've established a power that they really shouldn't have.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I think I'm done with this dude. I don't think there's much more damage I can do.
No.
I don't know,
You give him a sparkly shine on his shell, make him feel good, make him feel special.
he already has a shine on its shell, but it's just it's too light. Hard to see.
Yeah, plus I'm also watching on YouTube in a smaller screen. I think it's forcing a low quality.
Probably.
Yeah, it is. It's forcing. For some reason, it just automatically picks like 720.
Dang it, YouTube.
It's like I am literally on my desktop, connected straight to the internet, like at the source. Like literally plugged into the wall here.
How big is Toxilus? I'd say lengthwise, it's probably well over human height.
Yeah, those things were big.
Oh, yeah. And fast.
Mm-hmm.
Freaking hydrodynamic. Not that they could see where they were going. That's one of the funny things about a Nautilus, is that they swim backwards. So they keep bumping into things. I find that funny.
Well, that's probably why they evolved the shell. Because if you can handle bumping into stuff, then the one with the stronger shell is going to make it and continue on. Because that's how nature works. Nature is just like, does this work? Is it good enough? It's like how we breathe and eat through the same hole.
Or he could just swim the other way.
Not effectively. I mean, the whole reason they swim the way they do is because they have jet propulsion, and that only pushes one way.
Yeah, but the jets could be reconfigured in a different direction. PNG, that's what I'm looking for.
Save as PSD, then save as PNG.
Yeah, it's already PSD.
Yeah, but did you save it before say converting to PNG?
Yes, I did, because the save
Okay.
button is grayed out. I do that subconsciously a lot.
Yeah, I always do that. I always do right before I do anything. I do Control S, and then I go up to the top left and select Save As, which annoyed Kohev because he's like, why are you using a keybind for Control Save but not, Control SA for Control Save As?
No, that's what I do. I mean, I don't need to save as very often, so it doesn't matter if I go up there each time.
Yeah.
Anyways, I need to draw some weapons and stuff. So that's gonna be the next thing. Yeah, we'll just go with the same aspect ratio here. Let's see. Oh, right. Crafting materials, too. I was going to do some of that. Let's see. I got a staff statted out that I want to make. Alright. Back to the sketchy sized brushes. Uh,
Oh, what?
I'm just hating the lines I'm putting on the page.
Eat a small.
What?
Oh, I'm talking to myself. I finished one of my pictures, so I was saying save as small.
Ah.
Because like I said, I make two versions. I make the full res and a small version for other sites. Because mine's does compress your stuff. Like I think the bit, like I'll post like I tried posting a full res like 4K thing, turned it into like 900 by 900.
Yeah. I've been having some issue with mines where it just won't let me save images off of there.
Is it like the thing I'd noticed with mines is whenever I save something, it's always just download something or number whatever, and then just the number just keeps getting bigger because I keep downloading more and more.
It just says that it's the download is like blocked or something.
Now that is really weird.
Yeah, especially when I'm using like I'm using Dissenter as the browser, which is a fork of Brave. And it's Gab related, so you wouldn't think they'd just be blocking things for whatever reason. I suspect it's some kind of error, but I can't figure out how to get rid of it. But I can still copy the images, so I just copy them and like post them in Photoshop and save them that way if I really want one. It's a little annoying, but it works.
God, I'm trying to think of something else like back in the day. If you wanted to save a song, you would play it on the it would come up on the radio, and then you would have like a cassette recorder.
Yeah.
And so you would record it on the cassette. Or no, this was even more ghetto back in the day. You would have the song play on a speaker, but you would have a cassette recorder. So this, because before I had one where it actually recorded not the sound coming out of the speaker, but it recorded the radio waves that were coming through.
What?
So it would. But well, back in the day, you had cassette recorders, because what it would do is it would simultaneously play the music as it was happening, but it would also record, instead of recording the sound that would come out of the speakers, it would record the radio waves. It would translate those, and then record it on the cassette.
That sounds really convoluted.
Yeah, but you could listen. It was a thing that would let you listen to music and record it at the same time. But way back in the day, you would have a speaker, and then you would have one of those little handheld cassette recorders you would use to like take notes and like remind yourself of stuff. But you would hold the thing up to the speaker, and you had to hope and pray to God that no car came by, that no one knocked on your door, that no other noises came out for the entirety of the song. Because if that happened, you would have that in the song forever, and you'd have to wait for it to come on again.
Yeah.
Voicemails.
Yeah, Coas sent himself voicemails. That sounds very Zoomer-ish. Back in my day, we didn't have voicemails.
Back in my day, we had a voicemail. Back in my day, when you got a phone call, one person got to answer it, and when you called the phone, you didn't ask. When you called someone on the phone, you didn't ask, "Where are you?" Saying "Where are you" is a really new thing. Because that didn't happen until like you got cell phones, and then when you called a cell phone, you knew who you were calling generally because it's their cell phone now rather than house phone.
Yeah.
But now there was a chance that you didn't know where on earth they were.
All right, Grandpa, as he says.
Yeah, and it was better.
I don't know about that.
It depends. It was better when. Here's the thing. I am always connected to my phone, which means that people can reach me at any time.
Yeah.
As opposed to like, I could go camping in the woods and I would get a message on my phone at home, like 60 miles away, that I had no idea about and not care in the world. So in a way, it was better, because being available all the time make people think you are available all the time.
Well, I hardly know anybody in real life that calls me.
I've got a couple people, and I've also got like all the scam calls and stuff that you get.
Oh yeah, if I don't recognize who's calling me, I just don't pick it up. But I get scam calls all the time. They always got like some number starting with 800 something.
Your car's extended warranty is about to expire. What? That's the one I always get. Okay, I have a 2003 vehicle. There's like, I don't think extended warranties existed. I don't think they exist now. Well, no, they do for some. I can't imagine being the person who falls for them. And they do. You know why I know that they fall for them? Because you still get the calls.
Yeah.
Because they're successful some of the time.
Well, there's still people who follow bots on mines. Like,
Yeah.
oh, you really like that post of the seaside landscape? That's exactly like all the other ones they post. Is that what you're following them for?
It's like, what was that meme? It's like something about standing out and being different. It was like that red. It was like that red rose in the field of all the white lilies or something. It's like stand out and you'll like stand out of the crowd and you'll always be different or something like that. But it was like all the bots were posting that same picture. And there was a gif that just flashed like 30 or 40 different pictures of the same thing, but all from different.
Okay, Kohath, I'm not really a robot, I'm a cyborg. A cyborg glitch from the future, okay? In case anybody was unfamiliar with my lore. What the heck is a persona layer? I don't play these weeb things.
Persona. Good idea of finding out my true beliefs. I'm under 13.
Booyah. Now you've completely lost me. I'm tempted to do the thing I always do and put like a twist in the shaft, but I think I'm gonna resist it this time. I already got a twist in the head of this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I get what you're saying, Kohath.
That catchphrase has been for me because of.
Yeah, Cyborg's not the only one who says booyah in the world. I haven't watched Teen Titans in forever.
Teen Titans still holds up.
I found it kind of cringy even back in the day. It felt very fanficky.
Like, but I think I liked it more so just because of Star.
You just had a crush on Starfire?
She is an OG waifu.
Yes, she is. Although, Young Justice I thought was really good. But that wasn't around for as long, I don't think.
Nope. But when Young Justice came out, I was thinking call it. So I wasn't watching a lot of TV. Or maybe it was a while. I was in college in 2008.
Okay, Kohath, you can go ahead and believe that Cyborg is the only person who's ever had booyah as a catchphrase. I'm not gonna stop you.
I reject your reality and insert my.
And now the real question is, how straight is this thing that I just drew?
I know, Control F. Looks like it's tilting to the left.
Putting a guide on there.
It's not terrible.
It's pretty dang close. I'm surprised I freehanded that whole thing.
It's not
Dang.
too offensive. You could probably get away with that.
Yeah, the shaft actually has a curve to it. think that's probably what I should be focusing on fixing. This bottom part here. That should work.
Okay. Now that I've finished my drawing, I can Japanese lesson.
Ooh.
Yeah, that was bad, and I have let them pile up. I have a stack of 255 that require 2 answers. The Japanese reading and the English meaning, so it's more like 510 questions.
Ouch.
Yes, it is suffering. I have 111 new lessons because I leveled up. Life is suffering and suffering.
Trying to think of what else I could do to this thing, but it might be at a good level of complexity right now already. Now, I was kind of thinking, since wands are fantasy guns, that would mean that staves are like fantasy rifles. I'm not so sure if including rifle like elements would actually look any good though.
Actually, if you wanted to, you could probably definitely stylize the butt of a rifle, add that on,
Maybe.
and instead of actually, what you could do is you could take the butt of several different styles of rifle to make different ones, and rather than having a really thin tipped edge, you could actually mix a bunch of styles of rifles and try to make them look artsy.
Yeah, I'm gonna look up some really old rifles.
Like a Mosin Nagant would be a really cool one to try to fantasize.
Like, the thing is, you wouldn't be holding it on the shoulder like a rifle. You'd
Yeah,
be
but you could hold it like a ye old pirate, but it still has the actual things on it.
Ye
to
old
make it
pirate.
look like you know how you basically hold the thing so you're holding it so it's facing forward, but you still have like the hand grip that a gun would have, so it fits in your hand. Or you could have like a Z angle in the staff, so that way when you hold it, it points more straight.
I don't know.
I'm trying to figure out.
I might just not try to do that at all. Because the thing is, if you start tweaking the design of just a straight staff, it stops being a staff, you know? You can't use it like a walking stick, which is kind of a trope. Like with wands, you got a little more room because they're literally just used as weapons and nothing else. Maybe we'll just not do that. Let's look up some fantasy staffs on Brave Search. If it'll load any of the pictures, it'd be nice. Come on. This is really annoying. Alright, is this on my end? That it doesn't want to do this or what?
It looks like you're trying to look up weapons and nothing.
Alright, it looks like mine's is taking forever to load too, so I don't know.
It probably is you.
Yeah.
It's working. Mine's is working for me.
Try Afghan ornate rifles, Kohath says. Those are definitely different. Yeah, here's one that has an interesting thing. Like, you know, it might look better if they were kind of flipped. Let's see. See if I can get this on here. Yeah, look at that guy. Now if we took it and just do like so, flip it upside down, then it actually does kind of look like a staff. But it's backwards.
Yeah, see, that's the Z kind of handle I was thinking of.
Yeah.
But yeah, you'd hold on to the top and then you just whip it up when you want to use it.
Yeah, that'd be definitely be different, but it's kind of...
Plus, it doesn't have to have... You don't have to worry about the muzzle getting ruined from walking with it.
Yeah, I'll have to think about that. Maybe we'll try a design like that on some other one. Not this one, though. I already got this one drawn up in too much of a fantasy look. Oh, hey, now things are loading. Maybe if I just add like some metal bands on the middle of it. No snapping.
Grid snap?
Yeah. You know, this is a fire thing, so we're gonna give a kind of stylized flame on the metal bands. Oh, dang it. Drawing on the wrong layer. Something like so. Alright, let's put some clean lines on it down here. We'll throw some color on it. That should be enough for it.
Let's see.
What are we seeing?
I'm just talking to myself. Oh, hi.
Hi.
It's all right. I was actually literally just going to ask you something. Now that you've freed yourself from your prior obligations, what are you going to be working? Because I think you said you were wild and lost in a sea of. Essentially, you had no idea what you're doing. Like, what are you going to go forward?
Oh wait, hold on. I have things playing, and I hear myself in like seven different places.
Yeah, I need to turn you up too.
Oh no, it's probably for the best.
Oh no.
There we go. I think you're audible now.
Thick. I don't know. I got the name. I got like the thumbnails down for a poly comic that I can actually like share with decent folk. So that'll be fun.
It's like something I could actually show to my grandmother in church.
I mean, I'll be totally
Or would we
honest
not go
about it.
that far?
No, we could go that far, but I have no shame.
Mhm.
If to put it lightly.
So you just show your grandma anything you draw.
I'll show my grandma pretty much anything. Yeah. I coast by on the fact that I'm a okay human, so my vices are generally excused. It's the new game plus strat.
I have earned this degenerate. I held the door open for a nice old lady. that earns me I get 2 wanks today.
I that is extremely cursed.
But is it accurate?
No, not at all. It is really funny though. I like this. I like this Kikuo Ina.
Hmm.
I see the brushwork.
Yeah.
This would have exploded my canvas.
You could see like the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 brush stroke.
Wait, hold on. Yep.
Well,
What?
the super fuzzy ones, like really highlighted, those are the water paint ones.
Yeah. What was that leaf brush you were using there?
The leaf brush is. Let me find it. It's an oil paint. No, it's in watercolors, and it is called the Darker Bleed.
Oh.
You basically make the brush really big, like 800, and you increase the particle size.
Sick.
Because it's actually it's not actually supposed to be speckled. It's supposed to be a special mixing. It's supposed to be a really kind of jagged.
Yeah, no, it looks cool. I like that
Mhm.
aesthetic.
Yeah, I like to take the brushes, and what you do is you make the brush huge and then make the particles really smaller, and then it looks entirely different, cooler, for something.
I'm in love with the Clip Studio brush engine.
Hmm.
It,
I really love making brushes, especially when I was doing the tentacle thing.
I wanted to say doing the tentacle thing with no context around it sounds so suspect. I love it. Yeah. Do you know if you can export a CSP brush to Photoshop? Or is it only the other way around?
I don't know if you can export from PSD, because PSD and Clip Studio have a bunch of separate settings. It's not all the same, especially with the fact that Clip Studio's new engine has dual brush settings. So you actually have multiple. You have like one brush with a bunch of settings, and you can actually put two brushes together.
The hell is going on?
So I don't think they're compatible. I think the best you could do is find out what the settings for the brush are and try to emulate.
Gotcha. Because I know you can still import from Photoshop, but I just didn't
Yeah.
know if it was just the one way.
Like you can. Do you mean import like?
Like
Because I know you
brushes
can.
from
I know you
Photoshop.
can save as a PSD, but I didn't know you. But are you saying like take it? Are you saying like take a Clip Studio brush and bring it to Photoshop, or?
Well, you can do it the other way, where you take a Photoshop brush and bring it into Clip Studio.
Hmm.
But I didn't know if you could do it the other way.
I'm
Because I
not
have
sure.
a friend who's ambling to get a hold of a brush that I use. And I'm like, I'd love to send it to you. I don't know if you can use it. I guess I'll figure it out.
Huh. How to import Photoshop brushes in CSP? No, that's the wrong way around.
Yep, that's the issue I've been running into.
I
I'm assuming-
typed in how to import CSP to Photoshop, and it gave it me the other way around.
Big Photoshop doesn't want you to know this one simple trick. Now that you finish Kikuo Ina, it sounds like Hakuna Matata in my brain. What's next for you?
Next is finishing my VTuber, but I can't do that right now. Because in order to do it, I have to listen to a busty Romanian explain it.
What's wrong with that?
Because I can't listen to you and do the conversation and listen to her explain things. Because here's the thing, I can copy what she does,
True.
but I have to pay super close attention to what she's saying on how to do stuff in order to follow it in a program that I have never used before. Essentially, I can't divert my focus enough to do at the same time. But it's something I'll probably spend a lot of my Sunday doing, trying to get the face angle going.
Good old Fangle.
That's something I had trouble with. My range of movement is kind of limited on the face.
Hmm.
Well, actually, my range of movement is pretty limited general.
Suffering from ye old multiple sclerosis.
That's my old bones. My robot parts.
Hooked into the machine like those folk from Soma. You ever played that game?
No.
Oh no. It's good. It's like a subaquatic horror.
That's
No, it's actually really good.
an odd combination.
Are you a big horror fan, general?
No.
I see.
Okay. I have found a video that specifically says CSP into Photoshop. I'm gonna link. Oh wait. Wait, 2 clips to Paint. Why?
No.
No. I'm gonna print screen. I am print screening because the words above the video say, "Watch how to put CSP brushes in Photoshop video."
Clickbait.
I don't disbelieve you. It's okay. We all get rolled from time to time.
What is this communism?
I'm telling you, man, big Photoshop is not a nice mistress. Adobe always has their cake and eats it too.
Communism.
You guys ever use Paint Tool Sci?
No, I tried it a long time ago, but I fell in love with Clip Studio Paint for probably a decade now.
I forgot that was even a thing.
All I remember from Paint Tool Sci is that no one ever actually buys it. They just
Boy.
use.
I had a legal copy of Paint Tool Sci on my laptop from 2008. It was the first online thing I ever bought. And it was okay.
Clip Studio Paint. I think the biggest difference between Clip Studio and Photoshop is more for actually editing photos. It has better paint, stamp tools and like copy stuff and melding brushes. But Clip Studio Paint is much better for actual like painting and art, and it's designed more for brushstroke stuff like.
Oh yeah, like Photoshop is undoubtedly the best tool on the market for like photo manipulation and like actual like professional high quality like photo work and touch ups next to like Lightroom.
Yeah,
But
like
it is-
their editing and contrast in that is amazing.
Yeah. I don't know if it's worth every penny, but it's definitely
it's
extremely good. I have zero qualms.
I know it's not necessary, but I'm just posting this because it's like, see, it says watch how to put CSP brushes into Photoshop. I guess I should have looked below where it says importing my special brushes to Clip Studio Paint.
You know what this is? This was
What?
translated from a different language and they left out the comma.
Probably. I have been bamboozled. I'm not sure. Maybe there is a way.
I mean, it's not so bad if there is no way. I'm pretty sure you can just like take a transparency in Photoshop and like turn that into like a brush tip and use
Mhm.
that. It would just be convenient if I could just set her You know,
Like, what do you mean a
parameters of the
transparency?
brush. You know, just like you so you know how like in CSP you have the brush tip like
Mhm.
function, which is like an image just there. If you have a transparency, well, you know, if you have a transparency, then when you draw the line, you won't draw the transparent bits, but you'll draw the bits that have an alpha attached to them.
Oh, yeah.
And she can probably figure out the rest from there, but
I'm picking up what
always.
you're...
Are you? Never mind. There's like 7 different ways to phrase that same thing, and I've always heard, "Are you looking up what I'm spitting down?"
No, I'm picking up what you're putting down.
All right,
That's the way to say it.
it's one of them.
I haven't heard it said in a different way.
For me, I don't think I've heard other.
I definitely haven't heard spitting down.
It sounds incredibly erotic.
Is that a Zoomer thing?
Y'all just haven't lived in the ghetto.
Right.
No, I have not.
It's for the best. It's not great.
I may not have lived in the ghetto, but there is a trailer park pretty close by.
Oh, I wouldn't say it's better for learning like fantastic sayings, but it's something.
It's good for finding meth heads.
You never know when you'll need one for your journeys.
Yeah,
Meth heads are incredibly erratic, but also incredibly dexterous.
I'm lucky. I think there's one right next door to me, actually.
Are they chill?
Define chill. They play loud music and have people over revving car engines all the time.
I mean, I wouldn't say that's not chill. Better than, like, I guess my question is, are they the like eat your face at 3 a.m. meth head, or are they chill? You know?
Are they?
I haven't had my face eaten though yet, so I guess that's all right.
I guess that's as chill as a meth head gets.
It's all you can really ask for.
I
Apart
suppose.
from not being a meth head.
It's the little thing.
Whoops.
Also,
What?
I drew on the wrong layer.
you just gotta embrace it.
It was only one stroke. I could just erase and undo.
Nah, if you draw on the wrong layer, that's its layer now, and you just never look back.
That's just one thing I'll never understand. Is you guys got like 5 layers. I've got like 107, but yet I think Koeth was with me, watching me, the only time I've ever really drawn on the wrong layer. It just doesn't happen.
I kind of just didn't believe it either at the time. I don't know how you don't always draw on the wrong layer. I don't know how you keep track of what layers are actually in like your
Haven't you-
session.
But haven't you you've seen me? Everything's in a folder.
Oh, I haven't.
There's a lines folder and a color folder, and inside the color folder is the hair folder, and in the hair folder there is the base color, highlights, and shadows, and then there's a folder for every article of clothing, skin. There's a folder for eyes.
Oh no, absolutely. I don't know if you caught it earlier, but I said you have a different like layer for each individual line. You sent me those files.
Well, yeah.
For the coloring.
It's not
practice.
it's not an individual line.
Dude,
You hyperbole. It's for individual pieces.
that's
Same
what
thing.
it felt
Here,
like.
there's.
I opened up that file and I was like, "What is happening?"
I only sent you the line files. I could have sent you the entire raw things and let you deal with that.
Well, for the record, I right now only have 2 layers that I'm working with.
This is why you're my champion, Dice. 100%.
I think I only sent you the line layers, right? Like I made sure to get rid of like the color and everything, not because I didn't want you to
Colors
see
were
how I
in
do.
there.
Huh? Okay, so I just sent everything in. Okay.
I will have you know, I just merged all the line layers down immediately.
That's fine. I expected you to do that.
I
Oh, wait,
have
no,
no
I think-
idea how you manage.
Wait, did I send everything raw? Or because I think I just remembered okay, so I left everything, but I think I just turned everything else off.
Yeah, you
so
just
the only
hid
thing
the
visible-
folders.
Yeah, the only thing visible was. But yes, I 100% expected you to just flatten stuff. That's why I turned everything with a.
Brain
Fact-
melting. Like I'm trying to figure out which folders are the actual line art like bits. I'm napping.
What was this line art?
I was in like a Skyrim dungeon solving puzzles, trying to figure out what was happening.
God, if only I knew where the exit was with this massive sign that says exit.
The sign doesn't matter if you're illiterate, you know? It's all just symbols on a board.
Yes, as you see, you sit here speaking English. Yeah,
We
speak.
do our
Well,
best.
no, I could go off on a tangent on people who can talk. We'll save it.
Also, Vtuber as an application,
Yes.
fantastic. Highly recommend. It does everything but Facebook and Instagram. It also doesn't do mines, but like.
Well, then what good is
one
it?
of those applications that just works.
I mean, I only post on 2 sites, so if I use
Oh, easy
Postyverb and it posts on Newgrounds, and then I have to make one on Mines, I might as well just post on Newgrounds and then post on.
Oh, dang it.
If you only got the 2, well then it's definitely not optimal.
Definitely not for me.
If you ever find yourself tossed about in this configuration of internet sites, it's there for you.
wish
I
there
might
were
give it
better
a try.
Wish there were better art sites.
There are good art sites. They're just all overshadowed by Twitter because that's where the people are.
That's the problem.
It's real bad.
Nobody
Yeah,
actually
God.
like goes to art sites.
I mean, I made a new Twitter, but I've had it for. I made a new Twitter back when I got into the whole VTuber stuff and started drawing all those fans. And I still have it. I just haven't touched it. Especially because I'm trying to keep my Twitter as clean as possible. It is literally just like I do not like things outside of like fan arts that is something you would show to your church, your church friends. It's just as clean as can be.
It's wholesome.
It is wholesome.
The only wholesome Twitter profile on the site.
Hate it. It's like, because I'm okay with people liking stuff, but could you please just tone it down a bit? Like the licking abs thing. Like, sure, that's fine. You can be into that, but it's like, can you not be horny for like 10 minutes?
Some people struggle.
Some people need to struggle a lot harder. They haven't gone. Some people need some bad times.
Wait, no,
in
you
their
want
life.
them to struggle less. You
No, I
them
want them
find
to
it
struggle
easier.
more. I want people to struggle more so they learn when to hold back.
Oh no, you can't. Words.
Little Timmy needs to be bullied in school. Because if he doesn't get bullied in school, he's gonna think he can go around licking abs and talking when he's an adult. Go around in public, talking about his love of muscular women. I'm just saying, kids don't go through enough hardship these days.
Oh no. Wolf Steel running on a platform and bring back bullying.
Yes. No hesitation, 100%. And it's not that I want kids to just bully each other relentlessly. What I want is for kids to just interact with each other. The kids should be able to fight in the streets and like in the parks, and they should, because here's the thing. I am a big man. I am a big, strong man. I have a job where I'm constantly lifting incredibly heavy pieces of wood and stuff like that. I have a built body. If I am to beat someone up right now, I could punch their teeth in, cave their skull. Like, that's the thing. But I learned at a young age that you shouldn't hit people, because I remember getting into fights as a kid, and we eventually, you would get hurt, you get bruises and stuff like that, but you're little kids. You can't do a lot of damage. I can do a lot of damage, but I know I can do a lot of damage. It's better for kids to get it out of their systems and learn, stuff like that as kids, because they can't hurt stuff that much. That's what I'm getting at.
I don't know. I think you're just teaching kids that violence is an answer.
Violence is not an
And
answer.
in like a brutalist perspective, it totally is.
Violence
I
is
don't
not.
think it's a good
Violence
thing
is
to
not
do.
an answer.
I think the point is for them to
No.
learn it themselves when it's not gonna hurt anybody.
Well, yeah, it's the thing you're learning is that your actions have consequences, so you have to learn how to do stuff without being violent.
I mean, unless you're the bigger kid, in which case you learn that the consequence of your actions is victory.
Yeah, but that's the thing. If you're allowed to do that, then other kids get like here's the other thing that you may not know. Kids like to band together. And if you have one kid who's just beating up on everyone, the other kids at the bottom are all going to, gang up on that one kid. And now it's not the big kid going after one, it's like 4 or 5 going after the other big kid. And then you learn that you can use tools. So you put a bunch of rocks in a sock and you go teach the big bully lesson.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I'm just saying, life is dangerous, freedom is bad because, well, no, freedom is good because
That's how you really
life-
feel.
Tell us how you really feel. No, what I'm getting at is a safe world is a world where people don't understand that there's, their their actions have consequences. God, I am saying everything backward.
When will you fricks ever learn?
Well, when will you kids learn that your actions have consequences?
I will say on the bullying thing, I feel like bullying me was a little bit of a character development, not because I got bullied hard or anything, but because I learned banter from it.
Mm-hmm.
You
You learn to build a spine. You learn to build a spine.
Yeah. Kids would come to me and be like, "Oh, it's a quiet kid. Are you gay?" And it's like, well, why don't you come to the locker room and find out?
Like, what you gonna do about it?
Yeah, I just throw it back in their face. I learned some wit, even though I was a quiet kid.
But I'm not saying that you should just all right, line them up, boys. We're gonna find the biggest kid in here, and he's gonna punch each of you in the kidney twice. Those of you who fall down will be hit again. That
you
one
see,
flinched,
David?
crack him in the. That one flinched, crack him in the back of the knee.
Well, you see, David, we brought Goliath here to punch you as hard as he can, so that you can learn that next time you should bring a sling.
It's like, how are we building these kids' character? Well, we just basically take him behind, and just beat him with a stick. He was a better time. He was a simpler time.
A curious statement.
I might have to use a different blend mode on this thing.
What is the material this is made out of?
It looks like some kind of metal. Because it's either some kind of metal or some kind of buffed wood or something.
See, I get resin vibes looking at it.
I'm kind of glad that you guys can't tell what it is. Because it's supposed to be kind of exotic and weird.
Ah, yes. I'm glad that you guys can't tell what I'm drawing.
Well, you see, I've created modern art.
You see what this is? It looks like a cat. Actually, it's a chicken.
You believe what you want to believe.
It's whatever you want.
Well, the way I described it on the card is that I'm trying to replicate is that it's supposed to look like it's carved from scorched bone.
Of what?
That's one of those things. Bone is one of those hard things to get.
Yeah.
Of course,
Bone of what,
one thing you could do. Bone has a lot of pores in it. So if you could find a brush that has like a lot of black speckles, do that, or just darkened speckle.
I want to see the in-universe giant that this is carved from.
Oh, it's not carved from a giant. You know about the meat plants, right?
I'm familiar with the meat plants. Are you telling me there are bone plants?
What do you think replaces the wood in the meat plant?
You know, I didn't think the wood was replaced. I thought it was just all meat, if I'm being honest with you.
No, they have bone.
Oh no. I hate it when I bite into my meat tree and I hit the bone, dude.
Well, don't you have bones in your normal meat that you eat?
Nah, he's a good boy. His mom gets his tendy.
It's true. They come boneless. Man. I could go for some ribs. That'd be so good.
Ribs. Mm.
Go for ribs. It's got to be like near midnight where you are.
I work these hours. So I burn that midnight oil. So like a couple hours away from dinner.
Yeah, I would normally be at work too if it wasn't the weekend.
I have a general like I work 7 to like 4:30.
Wow.
Of course, now I'm on overtime, so I'm working 6 to 4:30. Monday through Friday.
I hope they pay you well for that.
They do.
Nice.
Well, I mean, it's 7 to 4:30. They're 9-hour days, but on Fridays I get out at 11 because we only had it's 9 times 4, 36. You only have to work 4 hours on a Friday.
Mm.
But the reason we do that is so we can front load all our work and try to get as much done. So that way, if we do have something extra or something goes wrong, we can work the extra 4 hours to get a truck out on Friday.
Yeah, the place I'm working does 410s as their normal thing. So I usually get an entire Friday off.
I usually get the half day through the can't wait. Snow and the cold to go away.
Yeah, it freaking started snowing a couple days ago around here. It's like it was just coming out of spring. Then it starts snowing. What the hell?
They gotta keep you on your toes.
Yeah.
Mother Nature's a cruel mistress.
Yeah. I got my pet. I'm excited. I got peppers. I got habanero plants growing. I got like 9 of them. Friend has started some for me too, so I'll have like 12 plants total. I'm gonna have so many.
I have no idea what's going on outside in my yard. If I'm being honest with you, there are peach trees flowering. I've got an almond tree back there that's doing something. I don't really know. Wildflowers.
So wait, you have those trees, but do you harvest them? Oh wait, no, you just had a post about how your lawn is a communist waste, an anarchist wasteland.
Yeah, don't besmirch the nature of my lawn. It's complete like survival of the fittest out there. But yeah, every autumn I go grab the pecans. I grab the pears, bake a pie. It's great. But there's just new stuff popping up, and I don't know what they are.
This is
I'm
it's like you do
definitely
you,
gonna
man.
eat it, though.
It's-
If I'm not online, it's because I've died of food poisoning. Or just, I guess, regular poisoning. It wasn't because the food prep was wrong, it was because the food was poisoned.
I should grow some mushrooms. I should look up that method of like just growing them on a bucket or something. I'd have my own white mushroom. Because I love mushrooms. Mushrooms are expensive.
I don't trust them.
What do you mean you don't trust
I
them?
sure wouldn't trust them if they were grown in a bucket.
Keep your bucket shrooms away from me.
Look,
That's
you
like the
buy-
equivalent of having like a sock in the corner with mushrooms growing on it, as far as I'm concerned.
Here's the thing: you buy the mushrooms and you just propagate the mushrooms and you grow them in a bucket. Because you
But how
buy
do
a
you know
log
that
and
the
you.
mushrooms you bought are the mushrooms that are growing?
God, you are. I don't know.
I
You
think
can
they're
probably
ugly,
tell.
dude.
Did you know that you can take the apples that you go to the store and you can plant those seeds?
I don't want Monsanto to come and assassinate me in the middle of the night, dude. That's how you die.
Yes, every single apple is RFID chipped.
They get the notice that you planted it through like snail mail, and then they just send Agent 47 directly to your address.
Like, but no, you can literally just grow mushrooms.
Yeah, I don't trust it. I don't have a good reason to not trust it.
What
But I don't.
I don't
don't.
trust it.
Like, I kind of think mushrooms are not of this earth.
So,
I think that
so do you
they're
not eat?
weird.
Do you not eat mushrooms at all then, or what?
I'll eat a mushroom just to assert dominance, but like I don't trust the mushroom at all.
Anytime I've had mushrooms, they didn't taste like anything. Like, I'll have mushrooms on pizza, and it's just like, oh, do you like mushrooms on pizza? It's like, I don't know. I never tasted them, even when I eat them.
Well, mushrooms don't really have a flavor to begin with. They're really good at absorbing stuff, so you like.
Yeah, I don't see what the point is.
Yeah, I'm with you, Dice.
I don't know. They're really good filler. You add to stuff and you can save money.
But they're expensive, aren't they? Like you
Yeah,
gotta
that's
grow
why I
them.
want to grow my own mushrooms.
So you're not saving any money. They're just mush.
What the fuck do you mean? Sorry, it's.
I think the point is, if they're not good to eat, why would you want to grow them at all?
They are good to eat.
Just throw a potato in there, you know?
So what's the difference of so what if I grow my own potatoes? You gonna have a problem with that too? You're not gonna
No,
trust
none
my
at all.
potatoes?
I'll trust
Potatoes are perfectly natural.
Yeah, they're of this earth. Pomme de apple, you know? Earth apples.
Pomme de
Easy peasy.
terre.
You're right. Pomme de terre apple.
Pomme de apple. You're mixing language.
It happens. I guess that's literally apple, isn't it? Oh, that's awful.
Yes, you.
I like that.
Oh
a lot.
yes, the apple.
I'm gonna start saying that unironically.
Pomme de apple. Or you could mix it into completely other different languages. Doesn't have to be English. You say pomme de ringo.
Yeah, I prefer Ringo de Pomme.
No, you can mix
Personally?
3 languages. You could mix. You could say apple no pomme. So apple English, no, the joining term in Japanese
Yeah,
of.
yeah.
So, apple no pomme.
Sea
language.
Pomme. I like. like de as a conjoiner.
De.
The Spanish.
Well, isn't pomme de terre French?
Well, they're close, you know.
Nobody cares.
Geographically and linguistically. Hey,
What?
you're right, but
French is one of the worst languages. Nobody
You're
cares
I
what
don't
they
trust
think.
anything French, if I'm being honest with you.
See?
What do you?
I hate this color.
Like this pink
Yes.
ruby. What do you do?
I don't know. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to hue and saturation, and we're just gonna move it. We're just gonna move it. See what
We're gonna
happens.
take this color wheel and we're going to move it somewhere else.
Where else?
And that'll be our little secret. If the orange doesn't look so bad.
Well, let's see. You could go a dark brown. You could go a blue color for contrast. You could go a saturated yellow, darker.
I mean, it's like fire metal, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe like a crimson.
If we saturate a little more.
You could try and make it look like copper.
Copper,
Wow.
that's a good idea.
Got to put a police hat on it.
A police hat.
Complicated. Got to make it look like a copper.
Oh, okay. I get where you're coming from. I get your pun.
The way I remember copper in Japanese is because it's a gold, but it has like the same face next to it though. But the way the symbol looks, it looks like a thug going like, "Hey, copper." It's really dumb, but that's how I remember what copper is.
The copper does look very orangey.
Mm.
A little more reddish.
What's your guys' favorite metal in terms of aesthetics? Are any of y'all gallium folk?
Gallium. I heard of that off the top of my head.
It's like lame mercury, like lazy mercury.
I
Not
don't
to
know.
be confused with Freddie Mercury.
It's like fool's gold.
Because I love like I like not rusted, but I like the old kind of pockmarked iron where it looks like it's really scratched and worn and it has the dark indents inside it. Because there's that. I like that aesthetic, but then there's also like the brushed titanium. You know how it gets all those rainbow colors?
Yeah.
Like that aesthetic that used to be a huge thing back in the early 2000s where everyone had like their rainbow pocket knives and swords.
This might be a bit before my time.
Yeah, back in the day, literally like you would go to a knife shop and literally every single weapon in there was this brushed titanium.
Was it good for knives?
No, they were terrible blades.
It was just cool. Understood.
It looked cool. And the biggest problem I have is that the gays ruined the rainbows and now I can't like those weapons anymore.
What do you mean? You reclaim the rainbow. Go on a crusade.
Perhaps, but I'm not allowed to talk about the crusade on YouTube.
Don't let anybody tell you who owns the rainbow. It's you. You own the rainbow.
Taste them.
This stream brought to you by Skittles. Specifically, the brand of Skittles that's entirely white.
The S, you mean the SS Skittles?
Oh no.
You know, because Skittles have an S on both sides. They have two sides, so they're the SS Skittles.
Do they have an S on both sides? I thought it was just on one side.
No,
I've
Skittles
never
have an S
looked
on
at a
both
Skittle
sides.
long enough.
Skittles have an S on both sides. You know why they have an S on both sides? Because they want to because the ad people make sure you want to know that that S is there when you eat it.
Who
Ah, yes, of course.
has ever looked at a Skittle?
The ad people.
Ah, yes, I know for a fact that I never look at things.
I'm pretty sure every time I've had a Skittle, it's just
Gone into your
It's-
mouth without any
yeah, like
inspection.
none, zero. It could be a cyanide capsule. I wouldn't know, dude.
It's
It's like, ah, great.
here are your Skittles. Ah, yes, here are your Skittles. I have mixed them with M&Ms, and I know that you don't look, so you will suffer.
No, you can feel the difference, dude.
That's true.
Like, it's kind of like what is it? It's the grape juice effect, where you can taste it before you drink it. Like, you just know.
Yeah, but if you were to grab a handful, could you tell?
I think you would have like some cosmic suspicion. I think like there would be a spiritual feeling that you would come under.
Your sixth
something here
sense
is
of
not
candy.
An ultra instinct. I sense a disturbance in the force. Woman, did you mix the M&Ms and the Skittles?
I'm filing for a divorce.
Tried to poison.
Turns out the real Skittles were the friends we met along the way. What is this U ship for?
Can't eat candy like I used to as pure sugar.
Who can?
I still drink Monsters, though. Like that's the thing. I've been they got me. They got me as a kid. Now I'm addicted. They taste like they taste like battery acid, but it's fine. I drink them in. I am the boomer, riding his lawnmower, drinking a white Monster at 9 in the morning.
There's this
That's a
new
good
energy
meme
drink
face.
that I saw the other day. It's called Alani Nu. And I have one on my desk actually. It says that it's cosmic stardust flavored. But then it also says naturally flavored underneath of it. So I'm so confused.
Here's the thing: if you want to make a joke, everything is cosmic stardust in the sense that we're from the Big Bang or whatever, which is probably is what they're getting at, and therefore technically, if everything's from the Big Bang, everything is naturally flavored. If you call it stardust, literal battery acid is natural flavoring.
I don't know how to describe the flavor.
I feel like there would probably be some legal guidelines on what you can and can't refer to as naturally
stardust.
flavored.
Oh, I see.
Water is natural.
It
and
is.
water is naturally flavored.
Yeah, so
There's
they advertise as being gluten-free and vegan.
It's an
and I-
energy drink, of course.
Yeah.
It's gluten.
I don't know why that would be something they would need to state on their can.
Well, actually, no. People are willing to. There are people who don't understand what gluten is, and so therefore, if you label something gluten-free, it's suddenly better than something that's not. Even though
We've
both
injected the wheat directly into the beverage, just for you.
gluten-free.
Good sir, I only drink my Monster Energy with copious amounts of glutoids.
You're drinking that water. I only drink gluten-free water.
Yes.
Yes. Delectable.
You peasants couldn't afford to remove the gluten from your water. How heinous.
The peasants drinking the fat water. It has electric.
Actually, perhaps they'll be able to plant their own meat trees. Doubt it. It's good though. It's good. Whatever flavor Cosmic Stardust is, it's tasty.
Are you sure it's good? Because I think monsters taste good, but objectively, I know they're bad.
Am I sure it's good? No.
Because
No, I am not.
subjectively, I like Monster and I actually enjoy it, but I know that objectively it is offensive to anyone who's new to the culture. It's like smoking. It's like smoking is disgusting, but you get accustomed to it. Beer
The
is
culture of
disgusting.
monster drinking. I haven't really
Oh,
heard
there's
that
Dale.
described as. Dale's here?
Hi, Dale. He put a comment on you.
Oh. I haven't been paying attention to things.
Yeah, me either. I think it popped up. Who knows?
It looks
That
oddly
could've been there for,
organic. Good.
Good. It is.
You know what? I think this glowing stuff does a lot for it.
I'm a fan.
It gets across that it's fire based, which probably hasn't been apparent.
What the heck is going on? What do you mean? What the heck is going on? Like, what part of the conversation? Do you mean the drawing
Where did
or
you
our
come into the
conversation?
conversation?
Yeah.
Did you come in when we were talking about little Timmy needing to be beaten in school?
Or did you come in when we were talking about the peasants purchasing their own meat trees?
Or the mushrooms?
It's been a little
Let's
bit
see,
of a
what's the
network
time
out.
stamp? 22:22? Oh, that was just a minute ago.
Oh. So yeah, we were talking about the fat water.
What? How do you do it down under? Is your water fat? Or do you got the fat-free water?
I have the diet one.
First thing I hear this morning was glutenless of Monster energy drinks and deglutening Tress or some.
No, the joke is that there apparently Kohath has an energy drink that is advertised as gluten free. Energy
And
drinks
vegan.
don't have gluten. What?
And vegan.
And vegan.
Just need to point that out.
Yeah, like every other energy drink.
I only drink beef broth for energy personally.
I drink coffee mixed with beef broth and creamer.
that sounds so bad, dude.
Actually, I drink coffee black and I put cinnamon in with the grounds, and that's how I drink coffee.
That doesn't sound awful, actually.
The cinnamon's really good. But I also drink the blackest coffee I can find. The darkest
Super
coffee I can
progressive
find.
of you.
Yes, I am very. It is very diverse in my cupboard. I have a lot of beans, covers the Mexicans. A lot of rice, covers the Asians. And I have the black coffee and
Specific bean, just beans in general.
the beans. Just beans.
Oh my goodness.
All beans are Mexican.
Lima, coffee, guava.
Yes,
You name
as
it?
as a Mexican, all beans are Mexican.
It's just like, who's a famous Mexican? Like Frida Kahlo goes to Africa and she's like, yes, these are mine now. I claim
Yes.
them from Mexico.
As it should be.
These edamame, they're Mexican now.
The the reason the carrot cake is marked as vegan is because they probably didn't use egg. And technically, you don't need eggs to make a cake
Yeah, but
because
it's lame.
they're not great. But yeah, that's yeah. But you know the difference between the reason it's vegan specifically and not just vegetarian. The difference is vegetarian you can still eat eggs and have cheese and milk or whatever. You just can't eat meats. Vegan is specifically no animal products whatsoever. So my guess is it was a bad cake made without eggs.
They're both for crazy people.
They're for very privileged people.
Yo, what is bisphenol?
Bisphenol.
I don't know what that is, but if you need that on a water bottle, something's wrong.
Bisphenol? What?
Also, 100% Australian-owned water, and there's a kangaroo on it. Why? Why is this such a meme, dude?
No bisphenol. That sounds like an insult.
It doesn't answer the fatty water question either.
Non-toxic plastic. Well, that's good.
I don't know why it would be in there to begin with. I don't know why we would be operating under the assumption that there should be none in.
Is Australia kind of like California, where everything gives you cancer?
Yeah, it probably didn't have a cream cheese frosting, which is what's necessary to be an carrot.
Why does
Probably
the
had-
product?
Hmm?
Why does
It
the
probably
product
had
of
to-
Australia logo have a kangaroo over a measuring tape or like a ruler? What's up with that?
Why not?
I got so many questions.
Yeah, how does it feel, Dale, to just wake up and then come into a stream where you have to culturally enrich some people on the other side of the world?
I want to say something incredibly offensive. Do you mind?
I don't mind. I mean,
I don't want to be culturally enriched. I just want to mock Australia. Only because I love it.
he says they have kangaroos in their cities sometimes. I guess kangaroo are like deer over there.
Yeah, but unlike the deer, like the deer could charge me, but I'm always armed. I'm always ready because they're literally in my front yard when I go to work in the morning, and I have to worry about I have to be worried if a buck's gonna charge me. So. But the other thing is like a kangaroo. Like God, even with a gun, I'd be worried.
You
Those
don't know
things,
if the kangaroo's gonna pull out one on you, you know? It's got
maybe
like
he.
working hands.
Nah, man, that kangaroo is like they're super buff. Like I don't know how many shots it's gonna take to get him to stop kicking.
They are freaking
Yo.
buff.
A friend of mine recently showed me a video of this dude. He's like super Australian, like the stereotype of an Australian. But he just goes around to Australia and he just like manhandles animals. He's like negative universe Steve Irwin, and that he's just like, I'm gonna go wrestle this donkey to the ground.
Yeah.
I didn't even know you guys had wild donkeys.
9mm
But like,
is what the bullet is.
he's
They're
he's
also
out
they're 9mm hollow point. I could have sprung for the Wolverines, but I don't have enough money to practice with those. Wolverines are really cool too. They got like 5 jagged claws on the front of them, and they're really cool. Imagine a hollow point, but instead of just having like the hollow point where it's split in the front, you have actual like bear claws or something, or the way they're formed, they look like actual claws.
You know, I just want to address Dale saying Australians tend to have poor views on North and South Americans. Well, that's okay.
Yeah.
Everybody has poor views on South Americans.
Yeah,
That's just global.
that's
That's why
natural.
the Brazilians are always trying to get you to swing on by. What do you mean Australia is the world's camel exporter too? How is
Yeah,
that not
I
like
think it
Saudi
was-
Arabia?
I think he means the cigarettes. Oh, wait, do you
No,
mean
he
the
specifically
actual
says the
animals?
animals.
Who the hell is ordering camel?
Why do you have camels in Australia? That's not where they belong.
Yes, I did say it. South America is the Africa of the New World.
South America is the Africa of America. No, that's like that's Mexico. South America is the Eastern Europe of is the Eastern Europe of.
Why
The
is
Arabians have the camels?
yeah? Why is Arabia ordering camels? I thought they had camels.
Where the camels suddenly just like, oh no, we can't stay here. It's hot as hell. We gotta go to Australia where everything is terrible. How'd they get there?
It's climate change, bro.
I love how like 90% of Australia is still wild and no one has even attempted there or built.
Well, like,
I think-
what?
I think a lot of it's actually legislated, protected.
I mean, we saw the top trumps the last time, right? Like,
Yeah.
Uluru, and what else is there? Like, there's nothing else to see out there except for like eldritch abominations, the likes of
I think
which should not
Australia
be
just
found.
has really pretty camels because I don't know if you know about the culture out there. They actually have camel beauty pageants. They have to ban people who get cosmetic surgery for their camels. I'm not kidding.
What are you talking about right now?
Yes, they have camel beauty pageants.
In Australia.
Yeah, that's what I figured it was. It's protected. That's why you
I'm-
have to build them.
I'm just imagining somebody parading a camel around, and it has like the face of the Bogdanov brothers and like big plastic boobs hanging off of it.
I don't think people recognized how important the Bogdanovs are. Bogdanovs died, and literally 2 weeks later, we're entering World War III. Because I don't know if you know, but the Bogdanovs have died, unfortunately.
I have heard that.
I have no idea who those people are.
Look them up.
You have to go. You have to do some deep diving on the Bogdanovs.
You've probably
You
seen
haven't
them
done it.
before.
They look weird, dude.
Well, you have to look a certain way to wield the power that they do to shut things down.
I don't trust them. That's like some basilisk stuff. I'm afraid that if I know more,
Basilisk?
it's going to become like an info hazard, and I won't be able to unknow it, and it's just going to cause me strife in the
An info hazard, like in what do you call it? SCP?
Absolutely.
It's gonna make you go crazy.
Are you familiar with the basilisk? I'm not sure what the first part of it is.
I'm not sure what you're referring to. Exactly.
You mean like the basilisk of old, like the one that turns you into stone?
No,
Like
no,
green?
no. This is like, it's named after some dude, right? It's an artificial intelligence, and the crux of what makes it the info hazard is that the basilisk will have the capability of going back in time and finding out who helped it exist. And if you did not help it exist, then it will murder you. So if you know about the basilisk, you must help it exist. Otherwise, you will die. But if you don't know about the basilisk, you're free to live your life because there's nothing you could do to bring it into existence because you didn't know about it.
Okay, so it is an SCP.
Effectively, yeah. But I think this was from before the time of what is it?
SCPs?
Creative Commons, STP. Yeah, the
STDs.
AI. It's good. It's fun. I'm
Yeah,
pro
see,
basilisk.
Things like that don't get to me. Now, when I first found out about SCPs, I didn't actually know what they were. I just had a bunch of these videos in my recommended section about the flesh that hate.
That's an
And
interesting
so-
one.
That's one that I didn't know that they were fake, and I'm watching this, and it's just the way they're presented. I think, what's his name?
The Vulcan?
Volgan. That was the one that first popped up for me.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
And he does his super straight faced, like a literal, just like literally reading. This is what this is, and so I'm like, he does a really good job.
Uh-huh.
Wait, so question, Dale. Does the dude who offers you a cigarette before you die, is he the cause of your death? Like, if he never offers you a cigarette, do you just not die?
That's the guy that like shows up on people's deathbeds and like holds their hand or
Yeah, I think-
something, right?
I'm not super
the
familiar
Infinite
with the
Staircase is probably one of my favorites. There's the Infinite Staircase and the Lurker behind the door. Oh no, Humans Refuted. That's my favorite.
Which one's that? It sounds familiar.
Humans Refuted is the one about a creature that is essentially indestructible. They're these animals that look humanoid with incredibly long necks, and they reproduce incredibly fast depending on heat. The hotter it is, the faster they grow. They spit acid, and they basically just eat, consume, spit out eggs, and those eggs grow. And even the eggs themselves cannot be destroyed unless you like burn every single molecule, because every single individual cell can continue and grow on to become new and improper.
Is that the ones where it like implies that they were created from chickens or something?
Yeah, it's the one they were implied where a guy was like trying to find the next stage of humanity or something. And they were created from some kind of bird or I'm guessing chicken.
Dude, it's always a scientist. Why is it always gotta be a scientist?
I don't know. Why would a scientist, a person who's generally smarter than most, like why isn't it Cletus down from the mine who's creating these new creatures?
I like Cigarette Man, I think. That seems nice. That's just like a good a good guy.
There's definitely a cutting off point before what was it, the gay satellite,
What?
the Tumblr satellite that was one of the new SCPs. It's like it turns you gay.
That's what happened.
I'm not familiar with that one.
It's one of the newer. Once you get past like 3,000, they're all really like in general. Like 90% of them are basically crap. But once you get past like 3,000, it's even.
Yeah. The fanfic started. What's the word? I lost it. The fanfictions crowd started.
Yeah,
I lost the word again. Seeping
the ones
in.
Who want the self-insert people is what.
Yeah.
But yeah, like there are a lot of good ones. There's the Endless Stairwell, Flesh That Hates, Humans Refuted, the Lurker. I forget exactly what that one's specifically called, but it's the beast that exists on another side of a door, and it will not leave. And it will leave when it chooses, but until it leaves, there's an immense amount of fear. You cannot go through it. You cannot open the door. It's actually a really good one.
That's just like a normal emotion to fear. Well, not like a normal emotion. That's something that just happens.
No, I mean like the thing is, it's like it's on the other side of a door and you cannot see it. If there's a window on the door, the door is now fogged and you cannot see it. You can get it, even if you can't see it. You actually have a general idea of what it looks like. Oh, the crocodile thing. Oh, what is that? The crocodile one is the one that's literally inkillable.
What's the song one? I think it's like Song of Genesis. I like the idea
song,
of that.
The Song of Genesis or Song of Creation. But yeah, that's the one where if it's played within a room, anything that's alive will continuously evolve. And it eventually turns into like a jungle or something. But then, I forget exactly.
Lots of fun stuff in that.
Oh yeah, then there's also the pit, the red pit.
You mean a gulag?
No, there's a red pit that you there's a red pit that leads to a different dimension and keeps sending incredibly vicious creatures and it learns from what killed it last time. Another favorite one is like, well, it's not really a favorite, but it's probably one of the more unnerving ones. There's the palm plant.
You mean like a meat tree, perhaps?
No, not, I guess. The palm plant is essentially a very adult one, and during certain times of the month, women should never go near it.
Men are cool though, yeah.
Yes.
Sick.
It does not react to
Can't
men.
wait. I'm gonna get my. You know what? Never mind. I take it back. I'm not gonna finish the sentence.
God,
Okay.
there's so many good ones from back in the.
IKEA, the Infinite IKEA. That's an
Oh
interesting
yeah, the
one.
Infinite IKEA. There's also the Infinite IKEA. There's also the sack of potatoes.
Is this the sack of potatoes that never runs out of potatoes?
Yes, but it's also a thing where you can get inside.
Oh yeah, it's like a parallel dimension that's full of potatoes.
Hmm. I think at one point they did make it. They made it all the way through, but they came out into a completely open area where it's just like nothing but grass as far as they could see. But they had to go back in, and they were running out of the acid that we're using, and it was filling back in. And so they made it out because they got the recording.
Yeah.
And on the
But
bright
it's-
side, you're not gonna like go hungry.
But yeah, I love it because some of the SCPs are really. You would think they're kind of stupid, but they're like, it's literally just a void world of potatoes. Oh, the red orb C or whatever. Because there was a special little. It's a little plate or a little oval like gem, red. But if you put it on a mirror, it will open up a portal, and the color would change based on the sins of the person who was active.
Wait, what do you mean based on the sins of the person?
Yeah, they don't really understand it, at least as far as what's revealed. But what they would do is they would find people who were convicted of different crimes, and they figured out that depending on what they did, it would change the color.
So like
And
the disc is St. Paul, is what you're saying.
Yes, you could say that.
I like it.
The nut orb. Wait, that's
Sorry,
not that's not what it's called.
It is now.
No, it's something like the Red Sea, Red Sea, or Red Ocean orb. Can't remember. The nut.
Yeah, I like it that there are just like it's not all doom and gloom. My favorite ones in that series, I think, are the ones that are just like things. Like they're not like hostile, they're just like weird.
A really good one is I forget what it's called, but it's the knife.
Is it the
It's
nut
a-
orb?
No, it's a knife that if you have it, it makes you kill. You literally just go and kill, and you'll do whatever you want. But the thing that makes it bad is the fact that if you intend to stop the person who wants to kill you, who has the knife, you physically can't. No matter how far away you are, if you have consciousness and know exactly what you're dealing with, or that you have to stop this person and they have the knife, you cannot. So it was really cool how they ended up having to handle it. It was a really cool thought experiment on consciousness. And
What's the one? I don't think this is just an SCP. I think this one is just a normal like horror like folk tale. But it's like the man who, if you know his name, you die.
I don't know
But
that one.
otherwise you don't know.
I know Rumpelstiltskin, where he has to do whatever but I don't know about a man who, if you know his name, you die.
Some sort of king or something. I don't know.
Wait, a king? Oh, are you talking about the one where you don't think of this guy, Don't try to imagine him. Don't try draw him, because if you do, he'll disappear.
He'll disappear.
Well,
Are
there
you-
was an SCP where it was presented as a children's story, and the children's story was talking about an ugly beast that was the friend of a king, but the king knew that everyone else around him did not like his friend, and that people who saw his friend would sometimes disappear. But the whole point of the SCP is that it's a strange monster that if you imagine it or try to draw it, it will come to you and it will take you to its world. You'll essentially
Yeah.
just. We don't know if you'll die. It just means that you'll disappear. I'm
He'll
assuming.
just not be there anymore.
Yeah, we don't know what happens to you when it takes you. We just it's. I think it might be the thing you're talking about. Where
That
if you know the.
that description sounds familiar, but the one I'm thinking of, it was all presented in pictures. Because if they specifically reference the thing in writing, then it would come
Oh,
and
was
take
it?
someone away.
Oh, I think it was a writing. You had to write a story about.
Man, I love stories. just broadly, like it's so fun. I want more of these like fun tales instead of the boring tales that we get.
Oh God, another fun one is the puppy dispenser.
Is it just a dispenser of puppies?
It is actually literally just a dispenser of puppies, but one of the things is they talk about like, okay, sometimes they would just do horrendous. Oh crap! It has a list of the ones I listen to all the reluctant dimension hopper, that one's cool, and 3D specs, that one's really fun. 3D specs where you see these horrendous creatures, and if you react to them while wearing the glasses, they will instantly murder you. And if you're not wearing the glasses, but you tell someone to say hello to the thing in front of you, then they'll.
The idea of a reluctant dimension hopper is pretty cool.
The Red Sea objects, that's what the nut is called.
The nut.
I know we did a video on it. I have to find it out. I have to figure out what the story was. So many of them.
Yeah, there's one I like where there's these human-like creatures that are just like really obese humans with a second pair of
Oh.
arms that they hide under their folds of fat.
Yeah.
You know
I
that
remember
one?
that one.
Yeah, that one's creepy. I'm usually particularly fond of the ones that have some kind of body horror in them.
Mhm.
Oh, what about the owl? Have you guys seen that one?
The owl?
Yeah, it's like a
Oh,
what is it?
infinite
It's like-
toilet paper. The infinite toilet paper. That one. That's
I think it's called predatory street art.
Oh, that sounds familiar.
Like that one actually, it made me paranoid.
What did you say? Which one?
Predatory street art, I think is what it was called.
Oh, predatory street art. Yeah, the one that did the what? Yeah, that's the one that does look like an owl bear.
Yeah, I didn't like that one at all.
Hey, Dale is here.
Like in the chat.
He just popped in the chat, yeah. The voice chat.
Oh, there it is. The doorman is the one that the other side. Oh,
The
the one you're
doorman.
thinking of is the adults.
Yeah.
The one with the fat people.
Oh, I don't
Because
like
I'm just
that.
looking through the list right now to try to find the one I was thinking.
And
Why are
go
they
back
called
to the
adults?
orb.
The
Why are you hung up on this orb?
Not orb.
This man has his orb on the brain.
bag of holding potatoes. That's what it's called. Ah, that's what this one's called. SCP-2521. It is literally not even named.
Is that the dude?
The one, yeah, the one with the dude, the monster. It is. It's two. I think it might be Morse code. It's like ... / 5 ... 2 / 1.
I think
But it's
that's
a- yeah.
yeah. I think that's the one I was talking about.
Yeah, that's the one that cannot be named. That if you write it down, if you think about it, he will come for you and take you.
And it's just got images of people.
Yeah,
Doing
it's presented
things.
as a children's story, and he shows a bunch of pictures, a bunch of like sketched pictures of.
Isn't there an SCP and it's just Bernie Sanders?
Is there?
There's a lot of weird ones.
Well, yeah, like I said, there's a lot of bad ones.
No, that one is great. That one is amazing. Oh, that's so good, actually. Yeah, there's this SCP. It's my dad. This guy. Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's literally just a JPEG of Bernie Sanders.
Wait, so it's not even the man, it's just a JPEG of the man?
Yeah, it's a picture of
Yeah,
him
the
pointing.
The Builder Bears.
That's so good.
Is there like some kind of info hazard thing?
Veto hazard.
Mm-hmm.
Cognito hazard,
What
yeah.
does it do?
Wait, I think Cognito is different than info.
Like, cognito is if you don't know it exists, whereas info is if you do, I think.
No, Cognito is actively messes with your ability to perceive stuff. Info is your I think info is something that changes the way you maybe I'm confusing stuff. Because I thought Cognito was Cognito is like changing things that you see, so it changes the appearance of things, but it doesn't change how you see it. It's like a chameleon. A chameleon is Cognito because it changes its color, it changes what it looks like. Info is what changes in your head. Or
If you could be a chameleon, do you think you would do it?
Oh.
I think that's a fair answer. I
Just
don't know why I asked this question. to be
Depends
honest.
if it hurts, you know?
What do you think the process of this would be? You think it's gonna
You
be
wake-
painful to become?
you wake up as a gecko and start licking your eye. The thoughts of paying off your student loans by selling feet book are swiftly evading your mind.
Look. If I somehow become like a chameleon, right?
Yeah.
I want to know. Does changing my colors cause a lot of mental or physical stress? Because
I
if
think
so,
they
then
like
what's the fucking point? If it's euphoric, that's a different story.
It
I
doesn't
think it's
cause
just
you stress,
neutral.
and it's not euphoric, and it's not mental stress. It's literally just like moving your arm.
Well, then I don't see the downside. Fucking chameleons are cool.
well, the downside would be that you're not a human anymore. I think.
Why is that a downside?
Again, yeah, I don't see the downside.
You can't whack it as a lizard.
What do you mean? You don't need to. You just find another lizard.
Dude, I'm a chameleon. Fuck
True.
that shit. Just gonna go and like make sure I look vaguely like something in the distance, you know?
It depends. If I had the consciousness of a human, no.
Well, then you wouldn't really be a chameleon, then, would you?
Are you implying that chameleons have the consciousness of a human?
I'm implying that chameleons have the consciousness of a chameleon.
Yeah, like they're sentient, right? But they're not sapiens.
Right.
I hate they're sentient, but they're not sapient.
But you know the difference, right?
It's a fair
I would
distinction.
hazard to guess that a chameleon is not aware of its own existence.
Yeah, sentient is essentially just the idea that you know you exist, you have to eat, you're aware of your surroundings.
Yes, sentient is just the basic needs for, being a living creature.
You know,
So, like-
eat, sleep, breathe. That's about it. That's what you know.
So in technicality, some plants are sentient.
Wait, what plants are sentient?
Yeah, it really depends, because like some have like better senses of pain and stuff.
So
Oh
also-
no, I don't like that.
Really
You can say
basic.
fronds are. You could argue that fronds are sentient. Because fronds are the ones that will react when you touch them and curl up.
Yeah, and some
Get away.
predator type plants like
Mhm.
mangroves and stuff, corpse flowers.
Why are there no super vegans that refuse to eat plants because the plants can feel pain?
Because then they would just.
There are more species of plants that can feel pain than some types of fish, so.
Are you saying that fish, by and large, can't feel pain?
Yep.
Some can't.
How do I become
Well, one
a
of the
fish?
reasons we know that plants can feel pain is because you know that grass smell that everyone loves. That's them releasing a chemical to warn other plants.
Yeah, what are they gonna do? Run away?
It's kind of cruel, ain't it?
Yeah. But that's the thing is like most living things can feel pain because pain
Well,
is
here's the thing.
a natural way of
The re-
saying, "Oh God, you're going to die."
Well, here's the reason why grass reveals a scent and a pheromone.
Grass is revealing now. Hmm?
No, whatever. The reason grass
spell
lets off a
grass
scent when you
without-
cut it is because when the
You
other
heard it here,
grass.
Dice. Sexy grass type.
Boy, let me explain
I'm
something.
already working on a furry looking one.
Oh no. Abort.
Anyway, when grass
Call off.
senses the pheromones, they actually become slightly toxic. However, this toxicity is not good for the grass, but it's also more detrimental to the animals eating it. So the
Cows
reason they release that,
absolutely BTFO'd.
yeah. So they harm themselves to make sure that they harm whatever's trying to eat them more.
Which totally worked out for them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's
Screw
more
those
grass
sheep.
alive than people, so they're doing all right.
There's more ants than people too.
You think there are more ants than grass, or more grass than ants?
There's more grass than ants, probably.
I don't know. Ants live
I
in like
appreciate
deserts
the
and
probably.
It's a tough
stuff.
question.
I think this is a toughie. Yeah.
I don't know. I go outside and I see tons of grass, but I don't always see tons of ants.
It's 'cause the
They
ants
live under the ground. You
Yeah,
fool!
exactly.
They live under the ground. They're
The
learning.
ants are supposed to.
Yeah, but I don't
They have
even
to
see
live
ant
fire.
hills.
Well, there's lots of ants in my area.
Yeah, not so around here.
It also depends on where you are, because like once you get into like the forests and like that, they're everywhere.
Or anywhere remotely arid.
Like the reason, like I said, the reason the ants aren't living off of like in your yard and stuff like that as much as they're in the forest is because of the pheromone thing with grass. Because they will take plants, and like what they do is they actually take plants, they take leaves, they put them into a special area in the nest, and they let those leaves start to mold. And what they do is they eat the mold from the leaves, not the leaves themselves. However,
They're
grass,
also harvesting mushrooms?
yes.
This is why I don't trust them, man. I don't trust the mush.
I don't trust ants now.
Hang on, I don't get what the mushroom thing is. Did I miss that?
Yeah, Wolf wants to grow mushrooms on a sock in his basement.
I don't think I need to
Paraphrase.
explain why that's a bad idea.
Paraphrasing,
It's a slight exaggeration.
slight exaggeration.
Omission of the truth by how much?
Wait, why is it a bad idea, though?
It's not a bad idea.
You're the one who had the biggest problem with it.
So here's the thing.
My problem is that I don't trust mushrooms.
Mushrooms grow with like, you know, in like humid and wet, damp areas, right? You know what else grows there? Black mold.
Yeah.
But
I'm
black
aware.
mold is just another mushroom.
And a
Basically,
lot of
yeah.
mushrooms tend to be quite toxic.
Wait, can you not eat black mold?
I mean, you probably could.
Like, what about it is inedible?
It's like saying, can you eat glass? Yes, but you probably shouldn't.
No, but like, I was under the assumption, right, that the reason black mold is bad is because you inhale it, it gets into your lungs, and then it like just messes up your respiratory system. If you
Yeah.
just ate it,
Okay.
would that be cool?
Black
So-
mold is incredibly resistant. So what'll happen is it'll go through your body, it will survive in your body, and it will be absorbed and moved to different cells in your body. And guess what your body is? Your body is an
Mushroom.
incredibly damp, moist thing that once it gets into, your body really has no way to handle.
Now
So
that's a
thought,
horror
right?
story right there.
You guys played Resident Evil Village, yeah?
No.
No.
We can become the protagonist by eating the black mold.
But all I was gonna say is your eating hole and your breathing hole are the same hole.
True.
So
yeah,
you're
but,
saying
like, one goes to the stomach and the other goes to the lungs.
Yes, but where they go to the lungs first.
Yeah, how are you gonna keep the spores from going one way or
To the
another?
lungs
By
and
drinking
then to the
water.
stomach.
It's very possible.
Fail.
People swallow things and they end up in their lungs. That happens.
Yeah, that's like a freak accident, though.
Well, it's gonna happen a lot more when you're dealing with something like mold. And it has
Yeah,
like
when you got
spores and
mold
stuff.
releasing spores and shit.
here's
But, like,
the
I just
thing.
want.
You have to have the black mold for it to actually propagate. I
I just
can.
want a black mold cube. You know?
Why do you want a black mold cube?
But the thing
So that I
is,
can eat it.
growing random mushrooms. God damn it. Growing random mushrooms in a sock in your basement isn't a good idea either, because of the numerous types of bad mushrooms.
All right, you want to?
Haven't-
Here's the thing. I'm
haven't
not
you
gonna
played
grow them on
Super
a
Mario?
I'm gonna grow them in a bucket on a log.
Just because
I don't
you're
see the
good
difference.
Stuff, that doesn't mean it works in real life.
Just because I can literally go out into the woods and find mushrooms growing on a log doesn't mean they would grow in your house in a log.
Well, it's depending on the circumstance, you know.
Yes.
But more
apparently-
importantly is, if you just grow random mushrooms, chances are they're not going to be good ones.
I'm not good. God, you people have
It
no
would-
idea. Do any of you know how to grow anything? Do you know? I took horticulture for
Yes.
3 years. I know what I'm doing.
I would propose
Mushrooms
that
aren't
no
plants,
mushroom
though.
is a good mushroom.
Mushrooms are not plants; they're fungus.
Yeah, they're aliens, dude.
I live in Australia.
They're
We
not
have
of
to
this
learn
earth.
how to grow things in the desert.
What do you mean you live in a trailer in the desert? Who are you
No.
hiding from?
Do we need to bring up the Great Emu War again?
So I see you're a refugee.
I know how to grow plants.
Thank you for your
It's
service.
Kind of a biggie part of my country's history.
Oh my goodness. So stupid.
Is there any country outside of Africa where growing plants is not a big part of it?
You cut out there. What was that?
Oh, I said, is there any country outside of Africa where growing
No.
plants is not a big part of it?
Probably not, because agriculture is a huge thing. For, like, human evolution.
You probably
But I
don't need
mean,
much
Keep
agriculture.
in mind,
And, like,
Australia is kind of like Africa in terms of, like...
Well, when you had the natives in America, they didn't grow stuff, but that's just because that wasn't part of their culture.
I mean,
However, in Africa, you do have the great swaths of literally unarable land.
Yep.
yeah, but they're like
I'm
two,
here.
you know?
Oh yeah, only two.
They're large, but there's just like two of them. So,
Yeah, covering about how
Not that
much of
bad.
that goddamn continent.
you know, most of it, but it's just two. It's not that bad.
This is fucking cursed.
What are these bars of ingot? Ingot? Bars of ingot? Bars of metal.
Ingots are bars of
Yeah,
metal.
just ingots suffice.
What are they though?
This is
What are
mithril.
those?
That's literally just all it is. It's ingots.
I see.
It's not bone material or anything like that. It's not something from a meat plant.
This one just comes out of the ground like normal metal.
Well, actually, if you want to get into the lore, it's an alloy that uses creature essence to be created.
Wait, so that they're slaughter slabs.
So you're saying I can
Slaughter
take a piece?
slab.
You're saying I can take a piece of iron and a random animal and just beat the animal into the iron?
Literal.
Well,
iron.
no. When a creature dies,
No.
or you have parts that come off of it, they like turn into liquid goo that contains magical properties because they're not very stable beings.
Isn't this how Monster Hunter crafting works?
I have no idea. Don't you have to cut the parts off of Monster Hunter's stuff?
You do. It's
Okay,
very
then it's not like that.
Depends on the game, but in Monster Hunter World, it was literally like, all right, here's an iron sword. Now we taped a scale to it, and it's a fire sword.
Listen, all I'm saying is, regardless, it's still pretty fucking morbid.
What, killing animals?
You don't just kill these animals. You.
No,
You
the
put them
melting
through the
into
ringer.
goo to put them in a refinery pot.
Would you rather have to, like, chop their cute little faces off and their paws? Would that be better for you? Would that be less grotesque?
Does
Can I-
telling the animal I'm going to take its body and take its essence and put it into a weapon create a more fortified essence?
Why would
Telling
you
it?
think that?
Well, it more not fortified, but like a more concentrated. So if I were to make it fear,
Probably
You
not.
gotta spook it in order to get the fear status to bonus.
if you
It's a little
burn the
inhumane.
monster, you can mix its ashes and make it stronger. You can increase the carbon.
Yeah. Well, there are humane ways to collect creature essences, and that's from your own creatures. And pretty much any kind of, like, thing that you might clip or trim off of an animal can be converted into
Okay,
essence.
so if your little cat friend there just needed a nail trim, you'd just be like, oh yeah, sweet, I can sell these for them creature ingots.
Yeah.
You're making the furry creature, right? How are we supposed to collect that?
No! No!
Look, we don't need to
No.
go into details. That's that we'll leave that for the
That-
role playing.
That is
I
a
don't
part of
wanna-
the law I do not want to know.
But is there a greater yield if I don't do it humane?
Oh no.
Look,
Like creature.
if you kill a creature, you'll get like 1 to 4 units that one time. If you just harvest its nails and fur and whatever, then you can get 1 unit each week. That's the economy.
So it's essentially more. But what if I'm in a hurry?
Look, if
So-
you
I think
So
that's
in
the
theory,
value
that
proposition.
economy could deflate rapidly.
You're just telling me the option is there.
yeah.
Okay.
From a game design perspective, the idea is that you're kind of encouraged to make items out of the same kind of stuff as the creatures you have with you, so it kind of themes the character.
So they kind of have like a thematic resonance or something?
Right.
Me and my Toxilus, we're gonna be gas buddies.
Yes, buddies.
Great.
You're gonna be a guest.
Don't worry about it.
You gonna call it Brap?
I'm sorry, what?
Brap.
You gonna call it the Brap?
No?
Wait, does that not mean anything to you?
Like a shotgun, yeah? Or I guess a machine gun.
Oh,
No.
this is fine. Let him be.
I'm concerned.
I haven't seen the whole list of starting creatures.
It's an onomatopoeia.
Twice.
I mean, I'm tracking on the onomatopoeia bit. It's just the... For what? Alright, okay. I'll just...
I don't know. You have the unlimited power
Yeah.
of the internet at your fingertips.
Find it out. Let's see your reaction.
I'm doodling it up right now. I can't...
Doodling.
You're doodling it.
That was the opposite of Brap.
He's gonna doodle a brap.
No.
No.
How do you spell this? B-R-A-P?
Yes.
Technically, BRAAP.
Yeah, opposite ways.
There could be as many A's as you want, really.
2 minimum.
Follow your heart.
Term created by dirt bike riders and motocross riders, often said when everyone would go riding.
Sure,
when
buddy.
riding bicycles, lifting something up, pushing carts. Brap comes from the noise the two-stroke engine produces.
Do you have safe search on?
I'm on Urban Dictionary, dude.
Urban Dictionary should know better.
Noise made by dirt bikes is what I'm saying. This one is a riot when you have nothing else to say. When you see someone and it may be
Here,
awkward,
I'm gonna
one
give you some.
will then say brap. The example they give is when meeting a mate, brap, he said. His mate replied, brap. Silence, brap. Silence, brap.
Just two people
Hopefully that
brapping in
is-
silence? What? I don't know what these examples you're finding are trying to say.
Okay, look up brap and add the word queen.
I've never heard of this one.
No!
Dale appears to know something, but nothing on Urban Dictionary.
I am cursed with knowledge.
You are cursed with knowledge, and I am very suspicious of the fact that that is not an Urban Dictionary. How?
Yeah, that's
No, brap. No, the actual term is brap hog.
What?
The term is brap hog. So if you put that in Urban Dictionary, you'll probably find the real thing.
okay.
Brap
I
hog.
just-
I feel like I'm losing my mind, dude.
I've never heard of any kind of disambiguation for brap.
Brap hog is the term. H-O-G.
I hate this.
I am a cursed man walking aimlessly through the bad
I
night.
know that I have safe search off, and I am literally just seeing motorcycle stuff.
What?
I feel like I'm being gaslit right now.
I'm putting it into the search. I've probably got a different search engine than you. Let's see what
Yeah, I'm
comes
gonna
up.
do the same thing. I don't want this in my search engine, but I'm
Guys, I
doing
want
it
you to
anyway.
know that the elephant one, the like elephant butterfly thing, is my least favorite thing I've ever seen.
Okay, so it is not two. It is not two A. Look up Urban
That is
Dictionary,
cursed.
but it's not. It is not two A. It is not two A's. It's one A and it's one word. Brap hog. B-R-A-P-H-O-G.
The heck is that? I've never heard it said that.
Human female whose life is fully devoted to the sole purpose of creating parts.
Okay, yeah, this is something I've never heard of. I didn't know you're talking about brap in
God,
some
no,
other
okay.
context. I thought you were talking about brap as in, like, I'm burping.
Ooh, no. I'm talking about brap hog.
That's how I've always heard brap. It's like, oh, I got a brap. Ugh.
I've never heard of it.
No, I guess only Dale. Okay, so that's the one you were thinking of, right? Dale is the one I was thinking of. Dale, are you there?
I don't
Dale
know.
has
Is
left
he...
the chat.
Correct.
Correct.
Unfortunately, I'm familiar with OnlyFans.
Is this something people like?
Apparently.
Yeah, there's literally an entire fetish around being a wealthy man who does nothing but feed his woman incredibly gassy food and keeps her fat so she can fart on command.
Just Nico.
Okay, so it is related to farting and flatulence.
Yes.
Okay, it must be from the brap that I was thinking of.
Oh, I
Nice
don't
that
like this at all.
we're discussing the etymology of internet
Nah.
fetish memes.
Oh, this is awful. Oh no.
Listen, man, I tried to take it back to the creatures, that's all I'm gonna say.
I'm out. I'm out. Okay. I don't remember what we were talking about. about before this. I would like to.
What was life before this?
We were talking about the creatures and the point you'd having a
Oh, yeah.
prison one.
Smushing them
So
into
we were
goo?
specifically talking about taking cute little creatures and beating them into the, physically beating them into the ore.
Yeah, well, that probably wouldn't be very efficient.
It would be
noticing-
fun though.
But it's possible.
Well, do consider they fight back.
hmm
Yeah,
I'm
even the pet rocks look like they could beat me up.
Oh, pet rocks. I'm glad that you're bringing up things that, I don't know, show that you're paying attention.
hmm
That tickles my, I don't know what you would call the thing it tickles, but it does.
But okay, so back something I was trying to get to remember. You're talking so the plant trees. Do the bones come from the same thing as in the bones are in there, or do you have a specific plant? Because that's a really big stick that you.
It's just like a California redwood, you know.
You mean the meat plants,
Yeah.
I mean, they get as big as regular plants could, just depending on what type.
But so
You
there's
ain't never
also
seen a tree before?
actually that would be how that'd be a neat way for it to work. Yeah. Just grow like a tree.
Yeah, basically, I mean, I'm kind of hand-waving a little bit of it, because it's not all important. But, yeah, basically just, they grow like trees or fungus or whatever.
No, no, not the fungus, dude.
Oh, that's actually some really dark lore that you can make. If the bone
gotta
grows
get
like a
the meat
fungus and
sock.
get the fungus gets in your lungs and now your lungs just start calcifying.
This is gonna be like old generations of Pokemon where everything's like looks really cute but it has really dark lore.
hmm
I wouldn't say they have dark lore, but they're definitely made to be dangerous to humans.
What do you mean they're made to be dangerous to humans? Are they not real? I'm sorry. Are they not? Are they not elements of the nature
Well, I mean,
of the world?
aren't the plant characters called summoners?
Wait,
I
what?
mean, like elements, like you do know that bears can kill you, right? If you go out in nature.
Right, but I said that they're made, like they are manufactured.
I made them. In
Oh,
that
okay.
sense.
I see.
I designed
It's all
them.
Cardboard cutouts. You just go down to the creature factory.
Or perhaps they were already designed, and they were simply waiting for you to bring them into existence.
Welcome to the Build a Creature Factory.
I mean, I imagine there's a way to do that.
Oh, they're definitely artificial creatures. Like the constructs, obviously. I don't think I've made any that are not constructs yet, though. Wonder if there's anything else I could work on, because this is pretty much all I plan to do.
I mean, you've been streaming for a healthy amount of time. Like, you started at 6. It's like 10.
Yeah. It's 11 where I am. Let's see.
Well, I guess what I should say, it's been nearly 4.5 hours.
Yep. Yep. I still feel like I could keep going, honestly.
That means I slept all morning. God damn.
I mean, this is...
Can't be-
I work
I'm
night
probably gonna have-
shift, so this is normal for me.
Yep, I usually go around to bed around this time. I just wasn't paying attention.
There are questions out there that demand answers. I understand.
Now I must read all of the creature lore. Gotta find out how to get the bone tree.
What do you mean? They're just trees. They just are.
Oh,
Unless
no.
there's more to
Where's
it.
that world anvil? I'm gonna find it.
It's posted plenty of places on my Mines page.
Yeah, but you in the audience, if you search up creatures in Google or your favorite search engine, there are like 3 options, and all of them are correct ones.
That's good SEO.
I guess. I guess people don't spell creatures with a Y very often.
Yeah, my own fucking D&D World wiki is that one's hard to find, and I thought it was a pretty like internet-friendly name.
What was it? Or I guess is it?
I don't remember. It's like pseudo-Latin or something, and it basically just means world. Because I'm lazy.
Is it just Terra?
No, it's like
Terragia.
Domin. It's like Domin or something. Like it basically means God's world.
Yeah, I was gonna say my world was Tierra. It was literally just Spanish for.
All these classes?
There's creature classes.
Oh, that makes sense.
You gotta go to
I
school.
don't like creature class fluid. That one makes me upset.
Why? Why does that one
I
make
like
you upset?
Scamp though. Scamp, that's my new favorite.
You gotta be class fluid, man. You move through the classes.
Ooh.
Tomorrow you're the bourgeoisie, the next you're the proletariat.
Happens more often than you think.
What the twist?
Let's see. I could.
Which one is your favorite of the creatures?
Me?
Yeah.
Not entirely
not
sure.
big
Dad can
favorites.
name his favorite son.
No, like big favorites. It's like picking a favorite child.
I generally pick like Gumbo as being my Pikachu. This guy right here, the pink elephant.
Really? Why?
I like him. I like that he's a pink elephant with big ears.
It's terrifying.
You don't like him?
That's one way to put it. It's like the kind of uncanny that a Furby is, where it's like I understand the appeal, but it terrifies me.
Oh no, this is the
People
Furby
love
creature,
Furby.
right here.
Yeah, he does have a legit Furby creature. But the only thing that gets me with that thing is its eyes. The eyes are huge. If you think about the actual eyes inside, like if you were to draw the skull,
Oh, that thing, not again.
On
like, if
Gumbo
you
or
were to-
Kitmer?
If you were to draw the skeleton of Gumbo,
Oh,
that would be a terrifying thing.
Yeah, he's a cartoon. He's definitely a cartoon.
You should draw Gumbo.
A Gumbo skeleton. A realistic Gumbo.
Yes.
oh, like an anatomy book of just
Like all-
Two
inside of some of
ocular,
the
two
creatures.
ocular cavities taking up 30% of its body.
And this is like a tiny stomach and a big heart. No brain, just eyes.
Well, draw the anatomy of a Jigglypuff.
I don't want to.
I have seen the images of a Jigglypuff, and they're terrifying. It's literally a skull with feet and hands.
You guys seen the new Kirby game?
No.
That's the one where he like sucks up a car, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
he just consumes the entire car. What's the anatomy of a Kirby?
Blob.
Kirby doesn't
Touchdown.
have an anatomy. He doesn't have a skeleton.
He's just a lung.
Oh wait, I think if you go way back in the day, you can actually, if you look at Super Smash Brothers, the original game, you can see that he has a skeleton, but I forget what it is.
Like when he's electrocuted or something by a Pikachu?
Yeah.
Is he
Yep.
is he just like ribs?
I think so.
A ball
I can't
of
remember. I
ribs.
also remember back in the day when Samus was electrocuted, you didn't see her skeleton. You saw her neck, not naked, but you saw her body underneath the suit because it's the N64. You really can't get that detail. But when Samus was shocked, you didn't see her skeleton. You saw her body under the suit.
Oh! Oh no! Oh no!
What do we?
Oh, what is that? Why is it so small?
Is that Kirby or Jigglypuff?
That is Kirby. There's no ears, so it's a Kirby.
He has fingers. They just don't work. They're covered in. They're just like fused together.
He's like a whale, dude, or like a beluga.
Yeah, or like a bird. It's terrifying.
This
Yeah,
is
but
why
you
you
have to
don't overthink cartoon anatomy.
You have to think about his mouth. How does his mouth open?
He's like
does
a
his
snake.
jaw split? Does his jaw split underneath?
I don't want to
I
think
don't
about it.
like that.
Because it looks like one continuous line on the inside. It looks like it looks like a fused jaw. No, you do overthink this stuff because this is the way it should be. Overthinking is good. It helps you build the lore.
Imagine you're the like lead creative design for Kirby. And one night you're just like, I really need to work out the anatomy of this character. And you sit up and you draw this and you bring it to Nintendo and you're fired immediately. I'm pretty sure that's how it would go. It's too cursed. What is this? What is this? What you got here?
What am I drawing?
Yeah.
This is gonna be hopefully a middle form for the Furby guy.
I like it much more.
Wait till I add the bird face.
I'm gonna say something controversial. I like all the middle evolutions. They're
Of
my
Pokemon?
favorites. Of creatures.
Of creatures. Oh, it's a mine.
I only like the first evolutions in Pokemon.
I really like the Pegasus looking one above your head.
Oh.
It's weird because I don't like horses at all.
What do you mean you don't like horses?
We've been over this and we're not doing it again.
Dude, figuring out how to
We
make
been
a
over
cute
this?
cartoon horse was kind of tricky.
I think you did it, so kudos to you.
I found some inspiration.
Why'd you say it like that? Like where'd you find the inspiration?
I literally just Googled cartoon horse and took some ideas from what I saw.
Just thinking back on life and just you know what was cool? Beta Ray Bill.
I'm sorry, what? You said Beta Ray Bill?
Beta Ray Bill.
What?
You not familiar with Beta Ray Bill then?
Not in the slightest.
I don't know, he's some kind of Marvel character that was Thor at some point. He's like an alien,
But he's also a horse.
I guess. Look, I don't know that much about him.
Wild. Crazy.
Oh, this guy's got to have little wings.
Oh, I absolutely like this one a lot more. He's got that kind of distinct distance and lack of soul, but as if someone's a witch is familiar, and they're like, oh, this looks cute, and then everyone in the village is like, that's a demon. That one's my favorite.
Which one are you talking about?
The one you're currently drawing.
Oh.
It's in the eyes.
It is the-
The lifeless, soulless Furby eyes. Which is kind of classing, what types are it?
For this guy, he will be the only one with 3 beast classes. So he'll have, let's see, Beak and Scamp and Stalker, I think, is the other one.
Ooh. For the final form, you should absolutely go into the Stalker bit a bit more.
Well, I've already drawn the final one. Let me bring him up.
Oh crap! Because he also gets like, what are they called? Like hippogriff vibes.
Yeah.
Third version is the Long Boy. Longy Boy.
Oh,
This
that's
guy.
the boy.
Longy boy.
He's like a big cat, but with bird features.
Ah, oh, that's nice.
I'm just not sure if this guy looks big enough.
Yeah,
Maybe if I...
Supposed to be.
I think it's fine if that one still stays quite small.
Yeah. Maybe if I shrink his head down, it'll look more proportioned. More maturely proportioned. Let's try that.
Yeah, and you can also justify it as maybe like I don't know, like a change in like predation styles or how they like survive.
Let's make it a little taller and less round.
Yeah.
Ooh. His body looks too chunky now, honestly.
Would make it a bit more spelled.
Bit more spelt.
You know, just like see the arch that is his little belly there. You could always like pull that in a bit.
Yeah.
Arch it the other way around, so it's like the breastbone kind of comes out a bit, but the belly doesn't.
But he's like cute. Things with bellies are cute, you know? Unless it's like an adult man. With face. Not so much.
I'm glad you caught that. Things with bellies are cute.
Unless you're an adult man.
I don't make the rules. It's just follow.
Currently,
You just enforce them.
Exactly. I'm no wait, what is it? I'm no fan of the brat hog.
I hate you.
We're going back to that now, are we?
You're
I was
not a fan
avoiding
of it,
that
but
so
you do it
long.
anyway.
I thought we were over this. I thought we were cultured. We were civil.
Yeah. That's a terrible opinion.
That's not the worst, at least.
Mhm.
Even if it's terrible.
Oh man, cat anatomy is gonna mess with me.
Cat anatomy is pretty rough, yeah.
I think I liked it the other way.
So, serious question. Do they, like, live naturally in, like, their own realm, or, like, the material plane or something? Or are they, like, manifested from, like, ideas and emotions?
They're just the natural creatures of the world. After it's been devastated by many magical apocalypses.
Yeah, I saw that bit on the world, and it was like, history. Not much is known.
Yeah.
Mostly just lots of ancient civilizations that have been magic nuked. It works. But okay. I was expecting like maybe like with like a creator creature, and it's all like this piece of land. That's where all my cool stuff goes. That piece of land. That's not my sand.
Sort of
I
has
don't
that
play in
going
that.
Yeah,
on.
well, we'll
It's
deal
clear
with
that I am unfamiliar with the creatures of war.
we'll deal with the idea of like a creator creature or whatever as the thing goes on. But I want to leave a
who's your
lot of
archaeist?
that stuff vague. Just because I think that's better for tabletop RPGs to let people kind of pick and choose what they want.
Yeah. I always find it obnoxious in a tabletop RPG where the core rulebook has like inbuilt lore in it. It's like, no, I just want your rule set.
We built a lot of game.
Oh, in Pathfinder
Basically,
second,
our game is about Basically, our game is about frogs and gnomes at this point.
frogs and gnomes. No, continue. I want to hear this.
Well, I mean, I guess it's not super big, but essentially, one of my favorite games of all time is Bot and Kaido. So I have taken that world and put it into a Pathfinder setting. And we got to this island in Nui, which is basically just the magic capital of the world. They're all these floating islands, but they're massive, like continent-sized. But you're on essentially a rainforest-sized rainforest island. And so for one session, I just had them fight a bunch of massive frogs. And it just turned into a blast. So now I just have frogs everywhere. Boulder toads, fur frogs, poisonous things.
Listen. If
Fur
one of your
frogs.
players dies, you guys
Fur
have
frog.
to make him the battle toad.
Yes. Well, there's iron toads. But essentially, there's a fur... the fur frogs are just they're medium-sized creatures, and they have these follicles growing on their backs, and they're poisonous. So basically, if you were to touch its back, it's more concentrated than a regular toad, like a regular poison toad or whatever. But a favorite thing is like, oh my god, is there a meaty whack? But just the idea of like a massive toad that's probably like 15 feet tall, and you're walking through the forest, trying to get to the dungeon and finish a particular quest, and all of a sudden you hear a meaty whack. Suddenly, one of your teammates has disappeared into the forest.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
that sounds like a good plan.
my main interest was just that it sounded like a furry thing.
No, it wasn't a furry thing.
Whenever
I'm
somebody
glad
puts fur in front of something, that's immediately what I think of.
No,
My
just a
understanding is
fur
that
fur
those are
frog is
scaly,
literally just
if it's a
fur frog is literally just like hair on its back. That's all it is.
So it's
And
like a
then the
furry
gnome.
frog.
Yeah, it's like a furry frog.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, the frog's got a wolf hat on.
And then the
Frog in a frog man in a fursuit.
the gnomes are the
I
bankers
read
of
this
the
image.
boss.
Well, you can't do that. You're gonna get J.K. Rowling.
J.K. Rowling.
Or sued by.
No, we'll just say I go a lot further than what people interpret about J.K. Rowling's.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, so they're just blatantly Jews then.
They are. Wait, you cut out for me. What did you say?
No, the cutout was the best part. Interpretation.
I
So
said-
you're telling me-
Wait a minute, blatantly what? Blatantly what?
So
what happened?
I said so they're just blatantly Jews then.
Yeah. Good lord, it cut out again. It cut out right after the.
You get what I'm saying then, right?
I understand. I understand what you're getting at. It's just the timing of. So you're telling me to play. You're based on the G.
Once, please don't ban him.
Shut it down. Shut it down. It's
Shut
just
it
like
down.
a meme.
The Bognadoffs are listening. Shut it down. But yes, they play that role. But in fact, they're incredibly powerful, and now they're doing some power dynamic political structures.
This is like Magic Arcanum or whatever it's called, where it's like everyone hates gnomes. You get like the police will like just let you beat up a gnome in public.
Well, essentially, the way it works in our world is gnomes have a culture of hats. And what it is they all
Same.
have these little yarmulkes on their head. And the amount
Not
of
same.
yarmulkes you have on your head
Wait,
denotes
do they
your...
just keep stacking them?
Yes. They have a special thing where you tie the hats to themselves, and they have a little strap that goes underneath your chin for when they go outside and they have to worry about it blowing off. But essentially, your role as your
The
rank
cap
as a gnome,
stacking.
your rank as a gnome is detailed by how many hats you have. But the thing about the culture is gnomes can only get hats by doing certain things to get renown, or they've done a really good job, or they've earned a certain amount of money for their bank. So those can be doled out that way. However, a secret that some people know is that anyone can take a hat. So if I were a random person, I could take a hat from a gnome and put it on another gnome, or I could just straight up take the hat and just ruin their entire life. You can find two gnomes, take one of their hats away and put it on the other one, and you have basically given that guy a CEO position and left the other one destitute and poor because he no longer has a hat. And there's nothing they can do about it.
Well, they could take the hat back, right?
No, gnomes are not allowed to take hats from other gnomes.
Okay.
Can a gnome pay a man to take a hat from another gnome?
Yes, you can pay.
I mean,
yes, that's one of the fun parts. Is all the subterfuge that we're doing
Yeah.
now, going
It's
between
like the gnome mafia. They hire like humans to go beat up other gnomes, steal their hats, so they can have a monopoly of hats.
Well, yeah, that's actually what happens. They always go around with guards and stuff when they leave. It's a 3-hat gnome
Yeah.
district.
I also thoroughly enjoy the idea of, like, you know how like dwarves have clans and stuff. Gnomes have banks.
Gnomes
Gnomes are
have
born
banks.
into banks, and they have a position in that bank. And if they get
And
kicked
there's
out of the
different
bank, they've been rejected from society.
But yes, it's like, so what's your game about? Well, it's about frogs and no. Yeah, there's more to it, but that's the real.
But that's the bit that everyone wants.
It's like, what do you want, boy? It's like, yes, I'm here to do some business. Oh my god, that man has 3 hats.
You gotta respect the hat.
He now owns the bank.
It's
Tell
just
it
fun.
is.
Okay, here's from a session that we're not playing anymore, but we've worked it into the new one as old lore. We had a fishman who was just stupid, but it was beautiful because everything that he was doing as an idiot actually covered his tracks. So for one session, the guys went into the bank because they were going to do a deal. From another island, they went to a sacred area, and they found a massive jade outcropping in a mountain that was part of a religious area for the country. They ended up taking all of the jade, so now they have like 5 cubic feet of jade. And so when they went to the bank and they were going to try to see, okay, how much, if we give this to you, how much would you be willing to give us as, how much would you give us for this? And while they were in there, the deal didn't go so well, and the fishman decided just to kill the gnome. And he kills the gnome, but he jumps out the window, climbs up top, and leaves his backpack. He accidentally leaves his backpack, and the thing is, because he did that, I was able to say, they don't know who did this. They know there's a backpack, but there's nothing to... Essentially, they didn't know the guy was inside and they were talking. He did that. Then he ends up just taking hats from random people. He sleeps with one of the gnome's wives that ends up being one of the ones that they were trying to do business with. Ruins that relationship. There's a lot. I'm messing it up, but there was so much that he did. Oh, the very first thing he did is he went to a bunch of gnomes in the middle of the street at night and punched one and just out of nowhere said, "You know who sent me." It's like, what do you mean? That's like 6 people. It's like, you know who sent me. And then instantly setting up like a massive war between the 3 banks. Because now he's assuming everyone's out to get him. I don't know. It's a lot of fun.
This one fishman is like the evil guy, the big bad evil guy of the campaign, and all in one fucking accident.
Nah, he wasn't evil. He's just chaotic stupid.
That's great. That's great phraseology.
I believe the term is cursed.
Blurs.
I have never played a game of D&D before, or Pathfinder.
Wow, nerd.
You nerd.
They seem fun.
It depends. You have to have a good group of friends together because a lot of it's role playing and just bouncing off. You have to.
Yeah, it's super interpersonal things. Like,
Yeah.
you
I
gotta
don't
mesh
understand
well.
how you get. Like, I don't understand how you can go to a convention and just sit down, make a character, and play. Like, no, you need to be able to be because I couldn't be open with people and play because I'm gonna offend.
Yeah, I've almost done a public 5e DMing, but the problem is I've played in quite a few like Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments, so I kind of know what it's like being in a game store and just one wrong thing, just you don't think it's offensive, no one's taking offense to it, and then there's one person who makes a fuss out of it, and it becomes a massive scene.
Mm-hmm.
And with
Now, it didn't
role-playing
used to
games,
be
there's
like
a lot more. There's a lot more like, what's the term? Glass. A lot more of a glass floor to tread. I guess. There's more things. The
walking.
agents
You're
are
essentially you're walking on thin ice.
Walking
Yeah,
on
that's
eggshells.
right.
Walking on egg. Yeah,
Those
that's
are
a
the
better
terms,
one.
sometimes.
But yeah, you're walking on
I'm
eggshells.
Australian. I don't have proper turn of phrases, obviously.
It's okay. You're doing your best.
They're
There's only
similar
so much I
enough
can
that we
do when I'm
understand them.
There's only so much I can do when I'm a made-up program from a made-up place.
But yeah, it didn't used to be like that, but it's gotten bad.
Yes, at some point during the last 5 years.
It got more mainstream because freaking
I blame Critical Role. Quite frankly.
yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is it gets into the mainstream, and then in order to get a wider audience, it doesn't exist. You tone stuff down.
Yeah, it loses all of its charm and teeth. Like my preferred system has a bit in it, and it's like, what are the most important things in your character sheet, right? What comes to mind?
One of the most important things of a character sheet.
Yeah,
I don't know.
just first thing.
Well, the first thing's
Stats.
on a character sheet are your stats, race, your sex, class.
So, in older
What do you-
editions, sex definitely would have been, but that's not really a thing that gets brought up that much anymore. I like the Tomb Horrors, so I do care because
But
that
what
has an
are- what are
entire
you-
track
what are you-
that's based
what
on
are you
gender
getting at?
sex. So Pathfinder 2nd Edition's character sheet has catchphrases and gender and pronouns on their character
Oh,
sheet.
booyah!
It's just weird that I would not have put either of those there. Like, I usually don't put sex on character sheets when I design them. So it's like, it's
we're
just
playing.
something
We're
I
playing
find usually
Pathfinder.
strange when
I'm
Pathfinder
still-
character sheet doesn't have a section for, like, what are your characters, like, long-term ideals, goals, what are their personality traits, which is something I think 5e does quite well.
But oh yeah, have you seen the actual consent sheets?
Yeah.
Consent sheets? What?
Yeah, I'm making a Vampire the Masquerade party game.
Session consent.
From that. It's weird.
Essentially, it's a set. It covers a whole bunch of other things like how are you with gore? How are you with if like rape or certain things? Like, are you okay with these things? And I think it's like, yes, these are fine. I'm iffy, and then like I'm not okay with this. So it's a whole bunch of scenarios and situations, and they suggest that you do it before each session. So let's say I've spent an entire week, I've been planning this, and all of a sudden you bring me this sheet that says, no, you can't do this. Like, I have literally been doing this entire week. Not literally. In my free time.
It's particularly weird because, like, usually people play these games with their friends, so you already know the dynamics, you already know what are their boundaries, and if you don't, they'll talk to you because they're your friend and they don't want to lose your friendship.
Yeah.
Like, this is not there doesn't need to be rules or like guidelines by this game for me to talk to my friends. That's a completely different thing that they shouldn't feel that they need to be intruding on.
Yeah, you should just know that by the culture that you guys have established amongst yourselves. Like us here, we're talking about brap hogs or whatever, and nobody really cares.
I care. I really didn't want to talk about it.
I have found the
There's also systems like Call of Cthulhu and Vampire the Masquerade where they just tell you that if you're a certain type of person, then they know what you play in their game. It's like, dude, that's not what a rule system is.
We don't want any Nazis or fascists. They literally
Yeah.
state we don't want Nazis and fascists playing our game.
Yeah, meanwhile, the most interesting Vampire the Masquerade campaign was based on a bunch of Nazi vampires in the middle of the Third Reich. So I'm like, maybe you should just stick to making, you know, mechanics and not telling people how to play games, like when it comes to the social aspect, because that's kind of a person thing, not a mechanic thing. You know what? Playing evil characters. All of my favorite characters have been evil.
Oh wait, no, they got rid of the Dark Elves are no longer evil, and I think the new D&D.
The D&D's first off, Forgotten Realms lore has been very inconsistent for ages. But now
What
they just
the hell is going on with my stupid screen?
I don't know. That toenail is kind of whack, though, isn't it?
That's what I'm trying to fix. But then, I don't know, like my touchscreen is calibrated all weird. I'm like doing things over here and it's moving my windows around.
Clearly you don't study feet enough.
I refuse to study feet.
As what? Oh, this is weird. I don't know how it got that way. My cursor would just like disappear for a second and then I'd see stuff moving on the side of the screen. This stuff always happens when I'm streaming.
Never, because why would it happen at any other time, you know?
I don't know.
I'm right there with you on this. The technical issues always wait until you want them to not happen. Could be no other way.
God, this does not want me to be able to share this picture. It's doing that weird thing whenever you save it. It tries to save as like a JFFF or whatever.
Yeah, there's a way you can change that in like your browser settings.
Well, what I did is I just copied the picture, opened it in Clip Studio Paint. I'm just saving it as a PNG.
You're doing the thing I do with Minds images.
Yeah, because it doesn't do that for me with Minds, but it's definitely doing it for me with like Google Search.
That PDF is one of those consent forms we were talking about.
Oh, you linked it. Fine, I'm still posting the picture because I went through the effort. I have suffered.
It's just one of those things where it's like the only situation that I could see this being useful is in public. But in public, you wouldn't be bringing up most of this stuff anyway.
Yes,
If
welcome
you're
to...
doing like Adventurous League for 5e, chances are there's going to be someone who's quite young there. So, like,
Well,
and
if you're
in a public space, so you wouldn't be bringing up.
if you're a pretentious male feminist, then you probably will bring that stuff up.
Oh my fucking God. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, there's the picture and the thing. RBG consent?
Mans could have just used snipping tool.
No.
It's not big enough on the screen. Poor bugs.
And not only that, but like, what if your system is horror? And
Yeah.
then you bring this up, and
Let's say
all
we're
of this
doing a
stuff is innate to it.
Let's say we're doing a Call to Cthulhu session or something like that. No horror.
Also, harm to children, that's BS, that's all my game.
That's all.
Yeah, for some reason there's a consistent through line that child abuse and murder keeps coming up in my games, and it's not on purpose.
We don't kill kids in our session, but what we do is we create new adventurers.
Listen, they're not orphans if they're
They're not
adventurers.
orphans.
They're
They're
rat
not-
catchers.
We don't kill the kids. You kill a lot of parents, and technically, we're calling it making new adventures.
It builds character.
You build down the orphanage. Now they have nowhere to go, and now they're on an adventure.
It's just unnecessary and
It
makes me not enjoy my hobby a little bit.
It
Just 'cause
defeats
it's
the
like-
purpose of the game because it shouldn't be with general randos.
Well, for me, I have quite a few groups that I play with, and I mix them up every now and then. But usually, they like to stick in their groups, no matter the system, just because they work as they work off each other and they know each other, and their characters tend to mesh well. But like every now and then, like I've wanted to just go and try out a different group, maybe DM to some random people at some point. This stops me from doing that. Because I mean, if they're just random people, I'm obviously going to have a couple of sessions of maybe like a very mundane system or a mundane setting, one that doesn't have a lot of things that could be red flags for people. So I can scope out what they're like and what they enjoy, and what how they mesh with each other. Like it's part of meeting people in general, is that you naturally find out what are their boundaries. It's going to happen one way or another. I would rather it just happen naturally and not be awkward.
Well, now you have a handy dandy sheet that they can fill out telling you not to put bugs in the game.
Do you have like some kind of filter or something? Because I've noticed that when you cut out, it cut outs at suggestible words.
I don't have any filter on specific words, but it might just be the tone of my voice setting off the noise filter.
Because I've noticed it cuts out on certain words that could be suggestive, like when you were talking about der Juden.
Okay, I'll say this in a normal tune or tone. So, how about them Jews? Did it cut out there?
That came through.
That came through? Okay. Yeah, it's probably just me, like, yelling. And having the microphone right next to my face.
I was gonna say, it's just really funny that when your mic cuts out, it's always at something suggestive. Keep seeing the posts. But do you drive, Dale? Do you have to worry about the price of gas?
Are you guys cutting out? I don't hear anything.
I'm still here. My thing is lighting up.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay, Dale just didn't answer, so I
every now and then.
Kohath has gone mute. But I know. Did you hear my question? It's like, do you drive, Dale? Do you have to worry about the price of gas?
No. No, I have to worry about the price of public transport and the inconsistency of it.
So in a round,
Luckily for me, I'm mostly a shut-in, so my weekends are like this.
So in a roundabout way, you do care about the price of gas.
Well, technically, you're still gonna have to worry about the price of everything else going up. Because guess what? The food in the store The food in the store is transported by gas.
Yeah, I'm aware.
I'm seeing more memes in this other group I'm in. I'm just getting sticker shock. It's like, did you see? Like in California, it's like $10 for diesel. The cheapest gas there is $8.75.
Oh, that's insane. Freaking California, man. Thought it was bad here in Illinois.
Yeah, apparently in South Dakota we have the lowest gas prices still though. Like we still have under $4 in some places.
Wow.
It's like past 420 here though. Like I think it just went past that today.
Yeah, I went and got gas today, and it was like, I think it was pushing 450. It's freaking stupid.
It's so much money. I have a 25-gallon tank, and I basically go through all 25 gallons in a month. Gas was like $3. Let's say it goes up $1.50. That's an extra 30 for the 220 gallons, and the other 5. It's like 35 bucks a month. And that's if I just go back and forth from work.
Yeah. It's freaking
Good news is
crazy.
I work with my brother and a friend, so we can actually carpool, so I can drive. That way, it saves us all a lot of money. But literally, like, just the gas went up 40 cents overnight, and I was like, all right, I can't do this. Let's see if we can carpool.
Yeah, it's honestly just so aggravating that we had like the lowest gas prices practically in my lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
Right before Biden got in. Good God.
Yeah, they'll argue that the gas just started skyrocketing. Remember, a year ago, it was like $1.50, $1.70.
Yeah, even during COVID, gas was not expensive.
Just remember, gas doubled before the war.
Yep. I'd remember all right.
I remember. It was a simple time.
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Pepperidge Farms knows what you did. Sick.
You'll never take me alive.
They don't plan to, boy.
Oh no! Hot take. The price of gas going up is Uncle Sam's grand conspiracy to get people to walk more often to reduce the cost of the incoming public health care.
I think that's more roundabout than you're giving them too much credit.
Yeah, but it's more fun that way.
They want to sell electric vehicles.
But that does. But if I can't afford the $50 increase in gas, what on God's green earth makes you think I can buy a car, make payments on
electric
a car
vehicles
that's
that require
6 times the value of my car?
Look, I'm not saying it's a good idea or that they care if you can afford the car.
It's an idea.
But some people will switch.
Just stop being poor.
I mean,
Here's the
just remember the lyrics of gas prices, remember? My thesis is, need more Priuses. Gotta fight off the gas price increases.
But just think,
Thanks, I
the
hate that.
infrastructure doesn't support it. If everyone, let's just say half of America were all to get electric cars, the grid couldn't support it. There's not enough juice flowing to actually power those
Yes,
and charge them.
I know this, and they know this, but they don't care.
No, just make more energy. It's that easy.
Just make more.
Yeah, electricity just comes from the wall, right?
Just make more batteries.
The lithium that comes from Russia.
No. Just.
You get them from the battery factory. What are you talking about?
Yeah. You just go into your closet, you go find the double A's, and you take them out.
And the fertilizer. Russia is stopping Russia gives 40% of the entire world's ammonia used for growing food.
Bro, just take a dump in your yard, it'll be fine.
Just take a dump in your yard, boy. Oh god, we're going for a rough time.
Yeah.
Prepare your butthole. Luckily, I've been preparing because of the coof. I've been stockpiling food and stuff for the last 2 years. It'll be a lot of rice and beans, but I will survive.
I guess the cowboy diet.
Mm-hmm. And sweet potato.
Sweet potatoes.
I love sweet potatoes. They're amazing.
Oh, I forgot to give this guy little antlers. You know what? Maybe he could use a little. Maybe he could use a little more personality in his face. Honestly.
No, the dead, lifeless stare is what makes this particular creature.
Prehensile tongue.
Oh, what if we gave him like like that?
Give him little antler nubs.
Yeah.
Make him
Perhaps
look
you
a
could
little snarky.
Give him the rock, kind of like one eye up, one eye closed, kind of thing. Just like little like, suspicious look.
You know, I don't know about that. Maybe we'll keep the round eyes. And I've reached the limit of the back feature. Or the undo feature, whatever you call it.
I have mine set to like 100. I have mine save 100 undo. You should be able to change the setting.
I don't know if I
remember when
can.
I was studying, it was set to like 306. It's so small.
Yeah, mine is 100. It requires a little bit of extra RAM to be saved for it, but it's worth it.
I don't know if I have RAM to spare, especially if I'm streaming.
Spin on all them creatures.
No undos, we die like men.
We're drawing in roguelike mode.
I'm probably gonna regret asking, but what's the one on the the left side? Well, I guess right side for the viewer of the avatar, the one with like the weird eye and the two tendrils.
That's a Yorb.
Yeah, I regret asking.
He's basically a baby beholder.
Yeah, I see it. I'm just. Is that like a hand holding the eyeball?
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
Okay.
Now look, I mentioned before when we were talking about SCPs that I liked body horror stuff.
I was gonna say, technically, if you hit it hard enough, you could knock its eye out and make it blind. But then again, technically, if you hit anything hard enough in the eye, you make it blind.
Yeah, that'll work.
It's definitely possible.
Yeah, maybe this thing could use alternating colors on its little plumage here. Just to make it a little different. I feel like you should be able to see the other wing in the back here.
maybe. You'd probably just fill it in. You don't even have to add extra stuff.
Gave it a line anyways.
Those are eyes that can see through space and time.
He looks incredibly interested in what you have to say.
Oh, hold on, what happened? Changing blend loads for some reason. Speaking of his eyes, I feel like they're not quite in the proper place.
Oh no. It's the wacky tobacco cat all over again.
Yeah.
I think it looked fine.
Not a big change. What's happening?
Nothing, I'm just thinking of the idea that you just grab this thing's face and move it ever so slightly to the left.
Or just the face.
Just
On the
Just the
head.
face.
Just translate it left. Like, what, a millimeter? Just, hey.
Millimeter. We don't have those over here.
we use freedom units here.
Incorrect. Your bullet's diameter are measured in them.
Uh oh, he's found our weakness.
Also, using, like, fractions of an inch is extremely obnoxious and really hard to do.
We don't do that
What
anyways.
do you mean it's really hard to do?
Well, it's not that we
in order
don't
to
do
know
that.
a fraction of an inch, you need to know consistently what an inch is.
An inch is...
Can you immediately tell me what 1/27th of an inch is?
No, not specifically off the top of my head.
An-
Yeah,
I can do all
exactly.
I can do all the even number.
Yeah, a quarter, a third, yeah, sure. But, like, people get into, like, 15ths all the way to, like, 38ths.
Yeah, 30
What
seconds.
are you doing?
Not
Yeah,
38.
that's-
You
Need-
go to-
That's,
go to
that's
30
not a good way to measure.
You go to
small.
30
Okay.
seconds. No, here.
What?
No, I will fight you on this. Here's the thing. If you want to use metric, that's fine for like scientific things like measurements or like working with elements. But
Great
if you want
stat
to,
measurements, yes.
if you want to actually build something, you use the imperial. You use the imperial system.
Here we don't. We use the
Well,
measure-
I'm gonna tell you, physically, metric units
with
do not
Canada.
translate well. Metric units do not translate well to human units.
It does depending on what you're using them for.
No,
Metric...
it doesn't.
Uh,
No, the entire history of the Imperial unit, it is based on human form and shape and size.
Ah, but the
Why do you-
history of the Imperial unit was never uniform to begin with.
Yes, but
because it's so
it still
inconsistent.
works better. You don't go to a
It
bar and
depends on
say,
what
"Ah,
you-
yes, could I have 237 milliliters of this draft?" No, you say, "Hey, could I have a pint?"
Which is not an imperial measurement. That is a different thing entirely.
I don't know, I think y'all are missing the point. An inch is literally the width of an average man's thumb.
Yeah.
That's all it
An
is.
inch is 2.5.
Well, the thing is,
points.
I use inches all the time because like RPGs and stuff, and I've done some, what is it, like architectural design, but, like very basic. And so when learning that both here and in Canada, we would use mixture of imperial and metric. Like you use metric for basically all of the really small things, and then you use imperial for like the big things. They're just like, well, how many feet is that?
Mm-hmm.
That's funny.
Measuring in feet and inches, like flat feet, flat inches. Very easy. It's very easy just to guess.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what I'm saying. There's different uses. If you're doing just a general thing, but if you're building, it actually works better to do, imperial. Plus, it's also imperial. It beats it just by the name.
An empire, Senpei.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I thought you guys, Civil War to get out of that.
Yeah, to become the new empire.
An empire can't really be built on freedom, though, can it?
You're thinking too small here.
Am I?
We will bring you freedom, and we will force upon you our form of measure.
You're saying that to a convict.
No, they're
literal prison country.
Everyone jokes about being a prison country, but there are two kinds of people in a prison country. There are convicts and jailers.
Actually, there's also a third. Actually, there's a fourth. Australian history is weird. Maybe we should leave for another time.
The abos?
Oh
We don't
no!
call them that.
What the hell is going on?
That's essentially our equivalent of the N-word. No, unironically it is.
Yeah, but YouTube doesn't.
It might even be argued worse because there was like a direct governmental genocide. Like, ugh.
Well, they drink gasoline. There's really nothing to defend.
No, the average Australian drinks gasoline.
Oh no. Spread.
That's just a thing.
Well, that's gonna be an expensive hobby pretty soon.
It's not a hobby, it's a way of life. Like, listen, you gotta go on Smoker, you gotta have a gallon. It's that simple. You don't
See,
measure them in gallons.
this is why we go over and liberate countries.
True.
Stop the gasoline drinkers.
You cut out like.
Let's be honest, China's gonna do it first.
What did you guys hear?
This is why we go over to countries and then it cuts out.
Oh, I just said liberate
the
them.
gasoline.
Kind of spread some freedom whether you like it or not.
I don't like that phrasing.
Well, I've already stated. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, I imagine the Chinese will get there first. I'm sorry, man.
Depends. Look, to stop the Chinese, you just have to stop sending. You just stop selling them coal. Sell it somewhere else.
Sell it to
Iron.
us.
We sell them a lot of iron, and then it comes back in the form of steel, which we buy for higher prices.
I mean,
Isn't
this
it
is
both? Isn't it both though? Don't you do steel?
Coal and iron,
coal?
yeah.
Coal and iron.
Don't-
So what I consider really dumb.
Which we
Why can't you make your
basically
own?
just buy back.
Why can't you make your own steel?
Yeah, don't you just love
That's a
globalized
good question,
economics?
one I can't answer because I'm not one really into economy and politics. So.
Well, I know exactly
I don't have much
why.
answers.
The reason you don't do it is because technically, with the amount that you can ship on an embargo or the big carriers that they have, it's technically cheaper to move it from one end of the earth to the other, have it crafted in China, and then bring it back.
This is the
It shouldn't be
Arabians
cheaper,
buy
though,
our
that's the
camels
problem.
over again.
It shouldn't be cheaper, but technically it is because you already have the infrastructure. You would have to spend years building new factories in order. You'd have to essentially. You're thinking, okay, I can do this in several months and get it cheap from China because they don't have any. They don't have to worry about people losing life and limb over there, so it's a lot cheaper, and then send it back versus the cost of building it there. Plus, you can get it in months as opposed to years to build the factory.
Yep.
Yeah. The main issue, especially from a layman's perspective, is that the Australian economy kind of relies on China in general. So if anything bad happens to them, we get hit extremely hard, probably worse.
Sometimes I just miss the way he said.
But what? Now you're cutting out on me.
Oh, sorry. I'll go next to the mic. It's like Sometimes I just miss the way he said China.
Oh yeah,
God damn it.
China.
China. But yeah, that's the whole thing about globalization is when you do it the way it's been done, it's cheaper to ship labor off to other countries than it is to actually do something in your own country. It's really expensive to do stuff in America because you have a whole bunch of these workers' rights and stuff and unions.
Yep.
I'm not saying it's all bad, but what I'm saying
you
is
imagine your country has a law. Try looking at other countries.
yeah, a lot of regulation is actually just there to stop smaller businesses from opening up. It creates an insurmountable cost to even get started.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the accountant creature when we need it?
The what?
The accountant creature.
The
One
accountant
that can do my
creature.
taxes for me.
You're gonna have a big nose.
No, I didn't say that. That's you. That's you and your gnomes all over again.
Yeah, and I'll do it again.
Well, on that, I'm deliberately making creatures not intelligent enough to overtake humans in that regard.
Just like
Sorry,
the
you're making
dolphins.
what intelligent enough?
Creatures.
I see. Excellent.
Oh, so harvesting their creature essence might actually be an affront to nature, and also a moral issue.
How is it a moral issue?
If they're intelligent more than to surpass humans, then they're gonna get the idea of the concept of rights and what are they called, privileges.
Okay, I don't know if I
but
cut out.
like it.
I don't know if I cut out or skipped a word, but I meant to say that they're not as intelligent as humans.
Ah, okay.
Oh yeah, that was definitely missed.
Because I was gonna say, it's like we're gonna have like creature liberation fronts and stuff now, aren't we?
No. No, we won't have
Creatures
creature
rise up,
liberation
and what do
fronts.
they want? Ice cream.
The Creature 1712 project.
If anything, the creatures rule the world right now. They're the ones in charge of the whole wilds. If humans go out there, I mean,
Just like the ants.
yeah. I mean, the whole idea is that the wilderness is really dangerous. And that's one of the reasons why you're out here capturing magical animals to fight for you. Because humans are just too weak to do it themselves.
We'll know if we know it's a complete success if Peter starts complaining about it with zero research on it.
Yep.
Logic, anything would be a complete success though.
I wouldn't mind a stink piece or two as long as it brings attention. No bad publicity, right?
Sometimes bad publicity. Sometimes.
But from PETA,
True.
nobody cares what they have to say, actually.
Yeah, they're one of the few like public voices that whenever someone sees them saying things like, okay, well that's obviously the exact opposite of reality.
Well, like last year they did like this. They did like an anthropomorphic cow. It's like, do you see this cow? You still want to drink its milk? It's like, yeah. And now I want to have sex with the cow.
God damn
Wait,
it!
what? I'm sorry.
They tried to use PETA tried to use furry art to prove
Peter
that to make
obviously
their
doesn't
point.
understand the internet.
And a cow of all things.
Maybe they do understand the internet.
Oh no.
I doubt that.
Are you their target demographic?
Am I? Not yet.
Hold up.
He needs to see that cow picture first before he decides.
It's true.
Hang on, I'll find it.
No, you're looking for. Alright.
You want? It's a little little spicy.
As expected.
I'm polluting your general chat with it.
Oh well.
Oh no.
Ah,
Also,
Oh, I don't like that.
Yeah, that's not an appealing furry.
Why is Bernie Sanders sucking his meat?
Looks more like Biden.
Why did you immediately go, that's Bernie Sanders?
I don't know. I just see balding men.
Receding hairline, it's obviously Bernie Sanders. I mean, it's not
Yeah,
like that's a lot of white men.
No, they're all Bernie Sanders.
The SCP of Bernie Sanders over again, but it's actually him. I don't know. All I'm saying is, if there was an animal smarter than me and decided, yo, humans, pretty good food source, let's farm them, I wouldn't really complain, because they obviously have the means to do so. Like, that's survival of the fittest, and we've been doing it for generations, so...
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, it's survival of the fittest, so I would complain and I would try to stop it. So that's the difference.
But
Yeah.
if, if they came out on the top of the food chain, well, they aren't that.
But like the cows like it, you know? Like, they're happy milk.
The cow's into it.
I really didn't like how you're like, yeah, the cow likes it while I'm looking at this goddamn image.
Oh no, I've tapped out. I do not like that image.
I don't know. I think it's pretty clear that the cow is okay with that situation. It's
Yeah,
like
I-
lowering its bath towel for the guy to suckle on.
Yeah, the cow is obviously initiating.
There's nothing wrong with this scenario. He does weird.
I don't know. That's all I'm hearing it from this conversation. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I don't see anything wrong here. This is just as God intended. Domination over the animals.
Good
I
point.
don't know. It looks like the
This is
animals
how
are
real
dumb
men
in this
farm.
situation.
I think you meant a different kind of dominion.
Now, hold on. I guess this isn't really domination over any animals. This looks like the animal is the dominant one, actually.
I agree.
Yeah, it looks like the animal's got like a feeding kink.
I don't know. He could have requested this.
Motherly vibes.
Cow has
He could have
major
requested it,
mommy
and it's
energy.
just It's just complying.
Maybe, but I doubt it would be a guy that old.
You
He
sure?
knows what he's about. He knows what he's about. What do you think comes with that age? The wisdom that man holds.
The wisdom of sucking the teat of an anthropomorphic cow. Okay.
Mhm.
Not exactly what I want to do, spend my 2 p.m. doing, but sure.
Well, that's what happens when you open your third eye. You see the world with a whole new world of new open
Cow
possibilities.
movies? That's the third eye?
Perhaps.
It could be nothing else. Quite frankly.
What else would it be?
Yeah, I'd like to return to, or would like to turn to the primordial soup things.
Look, I'm just gonna say, when it comes to cow women, that's probably the smallest one I've seen.
Yeah, there are better ones.
That's true. I prefer to leave it at the print. That's it. That's as far as I go, thanks. Cow print, that's it. Nothing further. Maybe the fake ears, but nothing else.
Not even the milk?
I mean, you can get that without the cow bit, so.
What do you mean? That's like the integral part of a cow.
I'm not elaborating on this.
No.
Not...
I'm sorry. I was like half listening and
He's just saying you can get milk for normal women.
oh, I see. Yeah, that's weird though.
The Ushi Mimi. The cow.
Wait, what do you mean that's weird?
People milk is for kids. Cow milk is for adults. It's I don't make the rules. This just
Right.
them's the breaks.
So you're telling me it's less weird that if there was an anthropomorphic cow that you would suck its tits for milk than a human person?
Yeah, actually, that's what I'm
Well,
saying.
If we want to get
I
incredibly
stand by
literal, I wouldn't. The thing is, you don't take it straight from the tap because I don't like warm milk. So you gotta chill that stuff first.
That's a good point.
I gotta have some chilled titty milk. It can't be warm.
It can't be warm. Look, I'm a picky man. I'm adult. I know what I'm about.
Your wife is lactating because she's trying to breastfeed your child, and you're like, yo, save some for me. I gotta put it in the fridge.
Look,
Oh,
I'm
that's
just saying,
weird.
we
That's
have
for the
I'm
that's
saying,
for the baby.
we have the technology.
We can rebuild it.
This sounds like the start of a very, very, very bad doujin.
It probably the fact is it probably exists.
Yeah,
Probably.
I think I know it.
I think Elon Musk has a lab about that.
Nah, he's working on the cat girls first, though he probably should work on the cows, being as they're probably closer to us than cats.
Maybe. Also, they have bigger boobs.
Yeah, cows are just better. What is your damage?
This. I'm just wondering if I turned this old cursed or not.
This
was
was
this much
cursed
before
long.
me?
This was cursed long before you joined. What on earth were we talking before you joined?
So I remember the Monster Energy drink with 0 fat, and that's about it.
Which honestly is less cursed than this conversation.
Of course, it's less cursed.
Yeah. Don't worry, you'll get older.
I think your standards are a bit off, mate.
You'll get
Well, my
older.
standards are
and
weird, so.
Look, I've seen things, man. I remember growing up as a kid and like watching the Pain Olympics and Two Girls One Cup and like
Yeah,
nothing really.
I'm a bit of a youngster myself, but even I remember that stuff. Internet was very different only a couple years back.
More like 5 years back.
It all started
at least.
around.
Old internet still kind of like thrived a couple of years ago, and now it's kind of dying and it's just being replaced with this normie stuff.
I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of old internet coming back recently.
It's one of those things
I
where you
agree.
have to know about it though.
Kinda.
Which is the good thing. The good thing is like you should only know about these things if you're kind of in the in crowd or it's like outside of
you
the
don't want
norm.
cursing everybody with the knowledge.
You don't want to bring everyone in.
Yeah, they ruin the fun.
It's like a cult. If you bring everyone in, it ruins the fun. That's why Scientology requires a lot of money. Tell you what, though, just thinking about how the internet has changed, like within such a small time frame of like my life, makes me feel extremely old.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I think the last 6 or so
5
years,
makes
The
me
last-
feel extremely old.
time has gone incredibly slowly for me. Not because, like, it's literally going slowly, but because of the speed of which news hits you. It used to be that something would happen, like, let's say there was Columbine, and you talked about that for months. That was the thing on the news for months. Now you have something new every single day, and it's the talking point of the day. And you're hyper-focused on it for the day. And days feel like weeks feel like months, days feel like, a week. That's what I think is really getting to me, is how fast everything has changed.
Yeah,
You don't have time to-
overload.
Yeah, you don't have time to get your bearings. That's why I think the last few years have been dragging on so much, because of just rapid speed, everything happening at.
Doesn't help that like it seems like terrestrial media doesn't keep up with like the online media, and the online media is too fast for people to keep up with on average. So
Mhm.
everything's just at completely different speeds.
It's kind of like the death of memes. Like, memes used to be around for a couple months, and then they got stale, and now something's like stale within the first
Like
week.
2 days.
Yeah.
I miss the new guy meme.
Back in the day of ye old rage comic.
I don't know. We're still using soy jacks. Those have been around for a while.
Yeah, Rage Comics kind of just evolved.
Soy jacks are the spiritual evolution of rage comic.
Kinda.
Not kinda, they literally are. Like,
Yeah,
the
I mean,
spiritual
it's the same
spiritual-
format, it's the same, like, MS Paint shitty art.
Mhm.
But the point is that they've been around longer than like a week.
Yeah, they're one of the few ones that have survived.
Which, I mean, in technicality would make it the truest definition of a meme, because, like, that's the whole point, isn't it? Is that it changes and adapts, but, like,
Well,
something
Well, a
about
meme
the
is-
original
Other
data is the same.
the definition of a
God damn
meme
it.
is a meme is something that is used to transfer transfer an idea in an incredibly efficient and quick manner. It's like you could. It's like I could show. It's like loss. You know what loss is, right?
Yeah.
To
Alright.
this day, I still don't know what loss is. Like, I know what it is, I do not know what it is.
The reason loss is such a big meme is because the formation of the 4 panels in it is very memorable, very notable. So you have something in a 4 panel that has something that looks like the figures in it or whatever, and someone's like, "Is this loss?" But it's just a very simple way of relaying information, and then you hide it in something, and someone recognizes that whether they wanted to or not. Now that person's pissed because you put something in their head that they didn't want or that they weren't expecting. But the whole point of a meme is to send off, it's a very relatable thing.
Now, I know this is gonna show my age, but I don't know what that is.
You don't know what loss is? That's fine.
No.
Do you
Look
know
it
what
up.
Amogus is?
I know what that is, yeah.
My
He's not a
favorite thing to do-
baby.
My favorite thing to do is hide Amogus in Lost Pictures.
Why is everybody...
Can I get, like, a visual representation or something of this? I'm so
Well,
out of
just-
it.
Type up Control Alt Delete, like not the actual.
Oh, okay, I thought it was like... Okay, yeah, I know what that is. I know
Yeah,
Control-
the Lost meme.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what Lost is.
Okay, I thought it was like a different spelling of the word lost, like it's like an acronym or something.
No.
Because showing my age, people don't call it lost within like groups and stuff. They're just like, oh, it's that meme with the dying person.
That meme was.
Yeah, and so I'm like, oh, it's that.
No. That's even better because it's not
I
that
know,
meme.
I know.
Not-
I know.
You de-memed it.
And for me, and to me, it's like, oh, it's that one Control Alt Delete comic that everyone memes. Dude, I've seen this fucking animated show. I know what Control Alt Delete is. I just don't know that it's called Lost, I guess.
No, but it's like it's that dying person. No, it's not a dying person. It's a stillbirth.
Yeah, it's a miscarriage.
The baby's
technically.
dead. No, nobody's dying. It's already half.
I'm aware.
Yes.
This is the miscommunication of memes.
To be
But that's
fair,
not
there's
all
no
memes.
text on Lost, so you could take it a few different ways.
There is text on Lost.
Is there?
This is just. This
Yeah, it
just
says Control Alt Delete.
Oh, did
No, the text in the comic, if you want to be really anal like I'm being, is there's a door and it has the word exit above it.
He's right.
It's a metaphor.
But it also says Control Alt Delete.
In the title, and then his name in the bottom right.
God, what a fucking
There's no
shit.
tech. That's just me being super.
You-
Actually.
Yeah, actually,
Mr. Control Alt Delete.
Lost does have text in the door.
There is text. You're wrong. I cannot let this stand. I'm going to show you how wrong you are, and then you're going to be embarrassed.
True.
Boy, that's like. How could you
What are you gonna fucking Tim Buckley music or some shit?
What did I call this thing?
Squamp.
Squamp?
Squawk. What are the other two called?
It can't be Squamp. I already have something
like
called a
Swamp.
Squamper.
I like
Oh,
Swamp
okay.
though.
Let's see. The first one is Kitmer, and the third one is Primera. So it's kind of got like a Chimera theme to it, to the naming scheme, I guess.
Well, there's another animal like the chartibus. Why not call it like a chard, bro?
Chartibus. I haven't heard of that one.
Chod, bruh.
Charybdis.
Chartibus.
It's the mythical sea monster from the Iliad.
Oh yeah, so that's not like the I forget. Isn't that? Oh yeah, chartibus. That chartibus. That's the big one in the water, though, isn't it? That's not a mixed animal.
Yeah, you have Charybdis, which is the monster, and then you have Scylla, which is the whirlpool. Or maybe I got those backwards, but it's good. Iliad's great. 10 out of 10. Good book.
Make him a little bigger here. Well, I'm trying to figure out what to call it.
Could maybe base it on something like Echidna. That's or Typhoon, because they're also hybrids.
Are echidnas hybrids?
Not the
Well,
real
they're not-
echidnas, the mythical
Echidnas aren't really hybrids, but if you didn't understand like, because echidnas are mammals,
No, the mythical creature Echidna, not the
Like
not the marsupial.
Knuckles? What do you
Yeah,
mean?
but-
No, we're not bringing up Knuckles.
There's some Greek goddess or something, monster or something like
She's
that.
called Echidna, and she's often
Yeah.
depicted as some sort of hybrid.
yeah. But what I'm just saying is, you could mistake an echidna for like being a hybrid creature because they're like scaled mammals. Or am I
Well,
thinking of the right
They're like
creature?
hedgehog.
No,
Echidnas
I'm
are like-
thinking
Yeah.
of
Pangolins?
You're thinking of like an armadillo or something like that.
they're kind of like armadillos. What are the ones that look like they have massive dragons?
Pangolin.
Pangolins.
Yeah,
That's what
pangolins.
I'm getting mixed.
Oh, shoot.
Pangolins are cute. I should make a pangolin creature.
I
Pangolins
would
are
add
awesome.
the pangolin creature to my team.
I will add the pangolin. 'Cause pangolins are just cool.
Well, what kind of like haunted creatures do you have at this moment?
Haunted
Give me them
creatures?
ghost- Yeah, give me them ghost types, man. Give me the undead.
Well, we have the undead types. Let me bring up some of those.
Gotta get me something that looks like a night haunt.
A what?
A night haunt?
It's a ghost, like a prison ghost kind of thing. It's a warhammer.
Oh.
It would be a prison ghost.
Wait, did you say it's a whammon thing?
Warhammer. Hang on.
Oh, Warhammer. Okay.
Yeah, let me close some of these
That's not
tabs.
one of the ghost faction.
In the thick accent of Warhammer, I thought I heard whammon thing. It's a whammon thing.
Maybe you could name it after a Puritan.
A what?
Dude, I'm pretty sure Dale's just making up words at this point.
Yeah, he can make up whatever he wants and claim it's
Hang
an
on,
Australian
let me
animal.
Let me get a JPEG.
It's from the outback somewhere, like drop
I
bears
like
or
the
something.
name Kitwalla.
Is the
Kitwalla.
thing in the room with us right now, Dan?
No, because this one is not Australian mythology.
Yes.
Oh, I like
Is it
that.
in the room with us?
Periton. It's kind of like a backwards hippogriff.
Kind
That's
of.
so
They're
cool
like
looking.
they're also like cursed because they were once people or something, and so their
Oh,
shadow
I
always
no
looks like a
longer
person,
that.
and they eat meat because they're jealous of the beauty of humans.
Same.
They're so sweet looking though.
They do look pretty sick.
Like that'd be a pretty metal mount.
I'd ride one.
They're like the jackalopes, but
Hold
they're
on.
like the Aussie jackalope.
It's not Australian.
Oh,
What
they're
is
not Australian? Oh. I thought you said it was Aussie folklore.
No, it's not.
Where's it from?
Let's find out.
Yeah, I have no idea because I have no idea what these things
Middle
are.
Ages. It's European.
Hmm.
Apparently they
It's
were
really
supposed
weird,
to
you
live in
think something-
Atlantis.
You'd think something like that would be all over like the fantasy.
Yeah, it's pretty cool looking.
Well, I mean, that second one is I think that's a 3rd edition D&D art.
Hmm.
They're one of my favorite creatures.
What if we called him like a Kytera, but we spelled Terra with a PT?
I'm all for it, dude.
Yes, make it
Yeah,
entirely
I
make it 100% unsearchable.
Well, I like how the kite bit could be like both kitten and kite, as in like meaning like a type of bird. That's a nice kind of double thing there.
With what?
Oh, the kite bit for like Kitera. If it's Kai as
Oh.
in kitten, but it's kite as in the bird.
Well, I was thinking more like
Double meaning of it?
with a CH like Chimera,
Oh yeah, true.
since that's...
Are you gonna have any kookaburra-based creatures?
I don't know what those are off the top of my head.
They're
No,
set
no.
in the old gum
Oh,
tree.
Oh fucking hell!
What?
I hate how you know what that is.
Yeah, I know what that is too. But kookaburras are actually really cool.
I agree.
They're the ones that
They
go
are. They're
like,
quite
I'm not
friendly,
gonna
too.
make the sound, but like, wow, wow. They have a really, really annoying.
I'll have to look
And
them
they're
up
also-
sometime.
They're creepy as all hell with their eyes. God help.
Oh, they
God
got the
save you.
crazy bird eyes?
Yeah, God save you if you see one of those things in the dark.
No, the kookaburra. It's like a witch kookaburra. There you go.
This one's been arrested.
What? It's wearing like the striped like prisoner outfit.
And
It's stolen somebody's wallet.
No longer the mighty king of the jungle is he.
You know what? I don't know if that word's gonna work because it just looks like chip terror when you write it out. I guess that kind of has a cute sound to it. Chip terror.
I mean, he is pretty cute.
He is kind of a cute one.
And to be fair, some people do pronounce chimera as chimera.
No
Sorry.
one does that.
People do. They're wrong.
there are
but they
people who
do.
pronounce it as that. Like before
We don't talk about
before-
those people.
Before you two joined, I revealed that I pronounced a certain Pokemon a strange.
Oh, I
It's
was
like-
here.
Yeah, how
Oh,
the
you
hell
were-
do you say Arceus? I forgot. It was so
Arceus.
weird.
I used to
Arceus.
say Arceus.
I say Arceus.
I think they switch between Arceus and Arceus sometimes. They're not always consistent even in official things.
My problem is that Wolf has chosen the single most incorrect way to
Yeah, it's always wrong.
And I will continue to do so.
That's fair. Well, it's kind of like ether. How people pronounce it, ether.
Mhm.
But the AE
I am
is the sound.
Those are
I am
good
also
words.
I am also one of those people who pronounce it.
So was
Aether.
I. So was I.
No, I still pronounce it Aether. You cannot stop me.
Yeah, but it's Greek.
Mhm.
It's like chimera.
To me.
Well, it's just one of those things because a lot of English words, like the way you're supposed to pronounce things or spell things, like the I before E rule is stupid. Nobody follows it.
It's so inconsistent. It doesn't work.
Mhm.
I before E except Dr. C except half of the time.
Yeah, dictionaries were a mistake. We should abolish them.
Dictionaries are a
reject
good thing.
standardized spelling. Return to spelling Shakespeare however you feel like it.
You should have dictionaries because otherwise everything's now left up to the internet and you can change the definition online.
Like Urban Dictionary.
Well, they already changed the definitions
In
online.
a dictionary.
Yeah, but here's the thing. What's easier, changing one website that everyone uses and goes to, that everyone has access to across the entire world, or changing hundreds of millions of books?
You
If
think
you're the
someone would do that?
publisher,
Just go on the
changing
internet and
hundreds
lie?
You think that?
I'm not even sure who's arguing what anymore.
I'm
Oh
not
no,
arguing
that was just
for
the, that was the Arthur thing where it's like, you think people would do that? Go
Oh,
on the internet and lie?
oh, you're memeing at us.
Yes, I'm memeing it.
That didn't come
Look
through
at
for
us.
me.
We just pulled a meme out on you. Do you feel like a boomer yet?
Who are you
I feel
talking
like
to?
a boomer. Arthur came out when I was like a child.
Yeah, Arthur was before me.
Arthur was before me.
Okay, Zoomers.
Literally,
Zoomers.
yes.
Zoomers are the hope for our world, and I'm impressed.
Oh. Sure.
Yes, that's the answer. It's like, you don't have any faith in me? No? Okay.
Me either.
That's good, because one of us had. Oh, wait, no, that's not.
Look, I'm just glad this stream hasn't devolved into the Knuckles song all over again.
Echidona. That's what I'm representing.
Cease.
I'm not familiar with this thing, so it should stay free from my streams.
Correct.
Let's see. Dale was asking about spooky creatures, though.
Yeah. Give me some ghosties, you know?
Let's see. I got several undead ones made up already. So I can bring them up on screen here.
Oh, let's peek that out.
I don't know how much delay there is.
There you go. You can thank me later.
Here we go.
Oh, like,
He removed the ability for us to remove the Discord messages, so it
Yeah.
there now.
It's just gonna stay unless I delete it, because I have the power.
It's true.
But also, I don't have to.
why
I
do you
don't have
allow
to
him?
click. I don't have to click play.
You
I'm not
don't.
going.
You should.
No.
Okay.
Look. I'm just saying, if you want to bring it, only I'm. Both of us are armed, but whatever.
Ooh, I like the second
What?
one a lot.
These are the construct guys. They are used by farmers to keep wild creatures out of their crops.
Scared creatures, one might even call them.
Yeah.
I dig it,
See.
I dig it.
And we got this little guy.
Oh, that one. I like that one.
You like that one?
I am also a fan of that one.
I like the zombie cat thing.
It's a reptile, actually.
I was gonna say it does have very dragony vibes.
Yeah, it's let's see, what's it called? It's some kind of therapsid that is based on, or synapsid, or also a therapsid. I can't remember.
I think the reason it looks so mammalian is because of the nose.
Well, it's literally a mammal-like.
Well, it's,
Reptile.
Yeah, it's the intermediary thing, right?
Yeah, it's got mammal features. And I think the last ones I have that are undead are these guys I'm getting.
Yeah, I've seen the bird one. I enjoy how the last one kind of looks like it's got a Pac-Man ghost hanging from its cheek. From its chin.
Yeah,
I love that. It's a little skull or something.
I think that's all the undead ones I have made up. Like I was saying earlier in the stream, I thought about making like another Nautilus type of creature, but instead of like having its shell be like a skull, I thought that might be look cool.
Could get more ghosts in there, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Rookie numbers. Gotta kill more. More good.
Yeah, need more creature genocide to boost up those ghost numbers.
The big problem is that
Increase
the
the
creature
undead
number
type.
is pretty stable, but the ghost number never goes down.
Gotta crash the ghost
Oh.
economy.
Economy.
Spookonomy.
Yeah, this stream's been going almost 6 hours now.
Man, that's a long time.
Yeah.
That's like 6 times more than one.
Yeah, it sure is.
That's true.
Yeah, and I don't know about you guys, but it's like 1 o'clock almost for me. So I should probably wrap it up here. Let's see. Alright, whoever is in the chat or anything watching, yeah, I don't know. I'll see you guys later. I'm cutting this thing off now. Done everything I wanted. Don't forget to subscribe.